You're lying there now, aren't you? Head sinking into your pillow phone or screen, casting a soft glow. Maybe you've turned off the lights already, letting the shadows pool around the corners of your room. Maybe there's the low hum of a fan beside you, or the creak of wood settling as the night deepens. Somewhere in the world, thousands of feet beneath the earth, under jungle roots and shifting sands, secrets are still waiting. Silent, heavy, unanswered. Let's be clear, you probably won't survive this. Not because anything's coming for you, but because some mysteries outlive every generation that dares to uncover them. People have stared at the same strange symbols, the same towering stones for centuries. They've measured, scanned, decoded, and excavated, only to walk away with more questions than answers. And tonight, you'll walk with them, slowly, dreamily, 1 foot in history, 1 foot in something deeper. You'll stand beneath the cold starlight of Anatolia, where forgotten temples rise from the dust, older than writing and older than the wheel. You'll descend into underground cities carved into volcanic stone, with air shafts still working after 1,000 years of silence. You'll feel the weight of stone blocks, some heavier than a fully loaded Boeing 747, stacked by people whose names we'll never know, using tools we haven't quite figured out. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. Maybe you'll dream of alien engineers, or god kings with blueprints etched in the stars, or just regular humans, the kind who worked with their hands and hearts and sheer determination, people who figured out impossible things before the word impossible was invented. Wherever your head is tonight, in Indiana or Indonesia, in a Brooklyn apartment or a Queensland cottage, drop your location and local time in the comments. It's a small thing, but somehow it reminds the rest of us that we're not alone in this wide, wondering world. Now, turn off the lights, maybe turn on the fan for some soothing noise, and let's get started on tonight's journey together. We'll begin as most stories do, in the dirt, in a place that doesn't look like much at first, just a hill with some broken stones. A report from 1963 left in a dusty archive, a place locals called Belly Hill. And yet beneath the surface, just a few feet under your modern, predictable world, lay something that changed everything, something that rewrote the story of where temples come from and what came before them. Let's begin. You shuffle along the dusty path, boots pressing down into the dry Anatolian soil. The sun is already low on the horizon, spilling orange light across the plain, but up ahead, something catches your eye. A hill. Not an extraordinary one. Just a rounded mound gently rising about 50 feet above the landscape. Nothing green grows on it. No ruins jut out from the ground. But your gut says something's off. Too round, too smooth, too symmetrical to be natural. And you'd be right. That hill has a name. Locals call it Gobekli Tepe Potbelly Hill. Doesn't sound very dramatic, does it? But just beneath your feet is one of the oldest known temple complexes ever discovered. You read that right. Older than the pyramids. Older than Stonehenge. Built before humans even discovered farming. Yeah, this temple was built by people who still hadn't figured out how to grow wheat on purpose, yet somehow had the engineering chops to carve hall and erect multi-ton stone pillars in perfect circles. You don't know it yet, but this place is about to rewrite everything. Back in 1963, a group of archaeologists briefly noted some broken limestone fragments here, and then naturally filed it away as probably a medieval cemetery, which is archaeologist code for don't bother. And for 30 years, nobody did. Then in the 1990s, a German archaeologist named Klaus Schmidt came along. He'd worked other Neolithic sites in the region, and flipping through some old reports, he paused on that forgotten hill. Something bugged him. Medieval cemeteries don't usually have giant T-shaped stones lying around. And why was this mound so perfect? He made the trip, stood where you're standing now, and in that moment, everything changed. What Schmidt and his team unearthed wasn't a cemetery. It was a megalithic temple, a collection of stone circles unlike anything ever seen before. Massive limestone pillars, some towering over 16 feet tall, and weighing up to 10 tons, arranged in precise circular patterns. These weren't scattered randomly either. Each circle followed a deliberate design, two towering central pillars, surrounded by smaller standing stones, all quarried from the very hill they were buried in. Let that sink in. Hunter-gatherers, yes, people with no permanent homes, no agriculture, and probably very impressive hair, were capable of organizing dozens, maybe hundreds of people to cut shape drag and erect these stones. And they didn't just build it once. They buried each circle when it was done, completely, then built another on top. It's the ancient version of hitting new game every time you finish a level, except with 10-ton blocks instead of pixels. So far, only about 5% of the site has been excavated. Just 5%. And yet ground-penetrating radar has already revealed more than a dozen additional stone circles under the surface. The full site spans nearly 22 acres. That's roughly 17 football fields of mystery. Now let's talk animals. Because these stones aren't just big, they're beautiful. Covered in carvings, but not of gentle goats or sleepy cows. No, these carvings show scorpions, snakes, spiders, lions, vultures, creatures that bite, sting, and make your Neolithic life very unpleasant. Some researchers think these aren't just decorative. They may represent constellations. Others believe they symbolize threats from the wild world that surrounded these early builders. Predators, not just of the body, but maybe of the spirit too. And then there are the vultures. Vultures appear again and again in the carvings, majestic, ominous, almost revered. In many ancient cultures, vultures were seen as psychopomps, creatures that carried souls from this world to the next. Could Göbekli Tepe have been a place of death rituals? A place where ancestors were honored, or perhaps where the dead were left to decompose in the open air, their spirits escorted skyward by wings and beaks? It's not exactly dinner table conversation, but it makes you wonder. What makes this site even weirder is what it lacks. No homes, no cooking hearths, no trash pits, no signs of a village. This wasn't a place where people lived. It was a place where they gathered, probably from all over the region. And the bones tell the tale. Over 100,000 animal remains have been found here, mostly from wild game, gazelle boar, red deer, and birds. Feasting happened here. Rituals happened here. But permanent settlement, nowhere in sight. It flips the script. For decades, archaeologists believed religion came after farming. That once people settled down, they had time to develop shared beliefs, build temples, invent myths. But what if it was the other way around? What if humans first felt a need to build sacred spaces and only afterward invented farming so they could keep coming back? It's not just poetic. It's plausible. Geneticists found the world's oldest domesticated wheat growing just 20 meters from Gobekli Tepe. Coincidence? Historians still debate whether this means religion caused agriculture, but it's hard to ignore the timing. Even earthquakes can't stop this place from talking. In 2023, tremors across Turkey offered unexpected insight. While nearby towns suffered damage, Göbekli Tepe's structures held firm. Turns out those prehistoric engineers were pretty good at seismic resistance. Their stonework may look primitive, but it's smarter than you think. And we haven't even cracked their code. The carvings are still undeciphered. No Rosetta Stone, no written language, just symbols in stone and mysteries carved 6,000 years before writing was invented. Some think the animals mark seasons. Others believe they were tribal totems. A few think they tell the first stories, cosmic myths about life-death, and the terrifying in-between. And here's the kicker. After each circle was built, they weren't celebrated. They were buried. On purpose. Like they were too sacred to leave exposed. Or maybe each structure marked a chapter, and when that chapter ended, it had to be sealed away forever. So now, as you lie in the quiet, drifting just a little deeper into sleep, imagine this, a time when humans still lived in small bands, wandered the wild, and relied on sharp sticks for protection. Yet they gathered here, not for food or shelter, but for something bigger. Something sacred. Something they needed so badly, they carved it from the earth with nothing but stone sweat and stars overhead. And 11,000 years later, we're still trying to figure out why. You squint into the desert haze, standing at the edge of the Giza Plateau. The air's dry, the sand hot under your boots, and stretching out in front of you is something so massive, so mathematically stubborn, it shouldn't exist, not the way it does. You can stare at it for hours, the Great Pyramid of Giza. And still, there's that same buzzing question, as old as the structure itself. How in the world did they build this? You already know, the basic pitch. A giant tomb for a pharaoh, built 4,500 years ago. Lots of workers, lots of time, and an endless supply of limestone. Sure, on paper that sounds doable. But you're standing here now, in the shadow of something that makes modern engineers scratch their heads. And the closer you look, the weirder it gets. Start with the scale. The Great Pyramid originally stood at 481 feet tall, just a smidge shorter than the Washington Monument. It was the tallest structure on Earth for over 3,800 years. Not bad for a society working with copper chisels and wooden sleds. But it's not just tall, it's dense. Over 2.3 million limestone blocks, some weighing as much as 70 tons. The base covers 13 acres, and the sides differ in length by less than 2 inches. Go ahead, try building a picnic table with that kind of precision. And then imagine doing it with no power tools, no cranes, and no calculators. Theories have piled up over the centuries like sand around the base. Straight ramps, spiral ramps, internal ramps. Maybe a massive wooden contraption. Maybe magic. Maybe aliens. But we'll stick with the stuff that doesn't involve space tourists. The straight ramp theory. Simple idea. Build a huge sloping ramp alongside the pyramid and drag the blocks up. It checks out in terms of physics. But here's the snag. For the ramp to be low enough to use, it would have had to stretch over a mile long. That's more stone than the pyramid itself. And there's no archaeological evidence such a structure ever existed. So how about the spiral ramp theory, a ramp that corkscrews around the pyramid as it rises? French architect Jean-Pierre Houdin suggested that it solves a bunch of problems, uses less material, allows the workers to turn as they go, and doesn't require rebuilding with every new layer. But then comes the issue of corners. Try dragging a 50-ton granite block around a 90-degree bend on a narrow ledge. Yeah, good luck. Then there's the internal ramp theory, also from Houdin. He proposed that the first third of the pyramid was built with an external ramp, and then the rest was completed using a hidden internal spiral ramp built into the structure itself. That idea got a serious boost in 2017 when muon tomography, a technique that maps density by tracking cosmic rays, revealed a mysterious void above the Grand Gallery, a big one, about 100 feet long and 25 feet high. It's just there, empty, unexplained. Could it be part of the ramp system? A support chamber and unfinished royal suite? No one knows. Let's talk engineering for a second. The pyramid isn't just big, it's smart. The base is aligned to the cardinal directions with ridiculous accuracy within 1/15 of a degree. The passageways inside aren't random tunnels. They line up with star positions, specifically Orion's Belt and the North Star, at least according to some researchers. The King's Chamber sits beneath a system of 5 massive granite beams, each weighing 50 to 70 tons, designed to distribute pressure and prevent collapse. These guys weren't winging, but here's what really fries the brain: the tools. Copper chisels, ropes, wooden sledges, no wheels on site, no steel, no pulleys. And yet the blocks fit together with such precision that even today, a sheet of paper won't slide between some of them. So either they had a secret lost technique, or the workforce was operating on a level of skill and coordination we still don't fully grasp. Speaking of workforce, how many people did it take to pull this off? The old myth said 100,000 slaves, whipped and starved. But archaeological evidence tells a more nuanced story. Near the pyramid, we've uncovered worker villages, barracks, bakeries, breweries, even medical facilities. Signs of well-fed, well-treated laborers working in shifts. Probably around $20,000 to $30,000 at a time. Not slaves, but skilled workers and rotating seasonal crews like the world's oldest union job site. And they weren't just hauling stone. This was a logistical masterpiece. You had quarries along the Nile ships, ferrying blocks, supply lines bringing food and tools, and project managers making sure it all ran on time. The ancient Egyptians didn't just build a monument, they built an entire temporary civilization to support the project. Still not weird enough. Here's something for your sleep brain to chew on. We still don't know what's inside. Not really. That massive void discovered in 2017, completely sealed. No way in. No idea what it contains. And just this past year, a 30-foot corridor was found behind the north face of the pyramid. Perfectly hidden. Doesn't connect to any known chamber. Doesn't appear on any blueprint. What's it for? No one knows. And that's the thing with the Great Pyramid. The more we discover, the more the questions multiply. Why does a Bronze Age civilization need a structure with internal air shafts aligned to specific stars? Why encode mathematical constants like pi and the golden ratio into the proportions centuries before they were officially discovered? Historians still debate whether that's coincidence, intuitive design, or something deeper, and don't even get started on the acoustic properties. Clap your hands inside the king's chamber, and the sound bounces back in strange, almost musical ways. Some believe the pyramid was more than a tomb, maybe a resonance chamber, maybe a spiritual amplifier. Others say that's just fancy echo. There are no inscriptions inside the Great Pyramid. No murals, no hieroglyphs. Just smooth, cool stone and silence. If it's a pharaoh's tomb, it's a pretty minimal one. No sarcophagus has ever been found with a body. No grave goods. No royal artifacts. It's like someone built the greatest monument in human history and then left it empty. So tonight, as your breath slows and your eyelids droop, imagine a world without concrete mixers, without drones, without AutoCAD, Now picture a civilization more than 4 millennia ago, measuring the heavens, cutting 70-ton blocks, hauling them with human hands, and stacking them with flawless precision. Not once, not halfway, but all the way to the stars. And they did it so well, it's still here, waiting, silent, solid, whispering its riddles into the wind while we thousands of years later are still trying to catch up. You wake up somewhere in Wiltshire, England. Well, sort of. You're not actually waking up, of course. Not really. You're hovering in that dreamy in-between place where the fog clings low to the ground and the landscape feels like it's breathing slowly around you. There's dew on your boots, the grass is cold, and ahead of you, the stones rise like teeth. Enormous, weathered, prehistoric teeth. You've arrived at Stonehenge. It doesn't look real, does it? A ring of standing stones, some weighing 25 tons, balanced in perfect alignment, casting long, ancient shadows across the moor. No ropes, no lights, no interpretive signs, just silence, and that eerie certainty that someone did this for a reason. But for thousands of years, no one's been quite sure what that reason is. Stonehenge is old. That's the first thing you feel when you get close enough to touch it. But the version you see today, that's only the final act in a much longer play. Archaeologists say the story began around 3100 BCE. Back then, there weren't any stones, just a circular ditch 360 feet across with 56 mysterious pits carved into its edge. Those pits, now called Aubrey holes, once held wooden posts. Early evidence suggests this first version of Stonehenge might have been a burial site, a sacred circle for the dead. Fast forward a few hundred years, and the wood gives way to stone. That's phase 2. About 2600 BCE, the builders begin hauling in a new material, bluestone. These weren't local. They were dragged over 140 miles from the Preseli Hills in Wales across rivers, hills, and wild terrain. Some weighed over 4 tons. Imagine the logistics, sledges, rafts, manpower, motivation. You really had to believe in what you were doing to move 4-ton rocks that far. And yet, someone did. And then came the Saracens. These are the massive stones up to 30 feet tall that formed the iconic outer circle and inner trilithons. They came from Marlborough Downs, about 20 miles away. Much closer than Wales, sure, but they weighed up to 50 tons. That's about the size of 4 school buses per stone. And remember, no cranes, no wheels, just muscle patience and maybe a healthy dose of ritual obsession. Once the stones arrived, they weren't just dumped into place. They were shaped painstakingly. The lintels that sit atop the vertical stones have mortise and tenon joints carved into them, like woodwork. They fit snugly into their posts, locked in place with prehistoric precision. The Saracens also have tongue and groove joints carved so that each horizontal piece links perfectly to the next. These weren't people fumbling around in loincloths. This was skilled, calculated engineering. But then comes the big question, why? And this is where things get murky. You'll hear lots of theories. That it was a druid temple, that it was a healing site, that it's an ancient computer designed to predict eclipses. One guy even said it was a UFO landing pad. Sure, but what the evidence does support is this Stonehenge is astronomically aligned. If you stand at the center of the circle on the summer solstice, when the sun rises, the farthest north of east, it will rise directly above the heelstone, a solitary rock outside the main circle. That's not an accident. Someone planned for that. And on the winter solstice, the sun sets between the largest trilithons on the other side. Summer rising, winter setting. Light and dark. Life and death. A sacred balance set in stone. And here's something odd. Buried in and around the circle are cremated human remains. Lots of them. Many were young men, buried with bone pins and small tools. Some had signs of illness or injury. Did people come here to be healed or to die in a sacred place? Historians still debate whether Stonehenge was a celestial calendar, a funeral site, or something else entirely. The truth might be all of the above. And if Stonehenge were just a lone monument in the middle of nowhere, it'd still be mysterious. But it's not. It sits in the heart of a complex ceremonial landscape. Just 2 miles away is Durrington Walls, an enormous Neolithic village that may have housed the workers who built the site. Nearby is Woodhenge, yes, a timber version of the circle. And then there's the avenue, a long winding path that connects Stonehenge to the River Avon, like a ceremonial procession route. It suggests something grander than a simple calendar, a sacred journey, a pilgrimage maybe, or a symbolic passage from life to death. The acoustic properties are interesting too. The stone circle creates an unusual echo effect. Clapping, singing, or chanting produces reverberations unlike anything in an open field. That could be unintentional. Or it could mean that ceremonies held inside the circle were meant to feel otherworldly. And then there's the people. DNA analysis from nearby burials suggests that the builders weren't local. They came from all over Britain and possibly beyond, and they came back again and again over a span of 1,500 years. Let that settle for a second. That's longer than the Roman Empire lasted. Longer than the US has been a country. Generations of people dedicating their lives to a structure they may never have fully understood, and yet they built it anyway. Raised the stones, honored their dead, marked the sky. Some believe that Stonehenge's purpose changed over time. That what started as a burial ground evolved into a calendar, a temple, and finally a symbol. A place where the heavens met the earth. Where time stood still in stone, and maybe that's what it still is. A monument to mystery, to devotion, to the quiet need humans have always had to place meaning in the stars, and to echo that meaning in the earth. So now, as you close your eyes, and the long shadows stretch across that wind-blown plain, remember the people who stood here before you, who faced the same horizon, who looked up at the same sun, who raised stones to tell the sky, we were here. And somehow, thousands of years later, they still are. You feel the altitude before anything else, the thin, sharp breath of the Andean highlands brushing against your face like cold smoke. The world up here is stone and sky. Bolivia stretches out beneath you in rippling plateaus, wind-blown and sun-bleached, but one corner catches your eye. They're scattered like enormous Lego pieces tossed by a bored titan, lie the ruins of Puma Punku. It doesn't look like much at first. Just jumbled blocks, some toppled, some half buried. No soaring pyramids, no frescoes or hieroglyphs. But as you get closer, knees brushing against gray lichen, you start to notice something odd. The edges, the cuts, the way the stone fits together, or rather did fit together. It's like someone used a diamond-tipped saw and a laser level to sculpt volcanic rock, and then decided not to leave behind any instructions. Welcome to one of the most precisely cut ancient sites in the world. Let's get the basics out of the way. Puma Punku is part of the larger Tiwanaku complex, once the capital of a civilization that flourished between 500 and 1000 CE. But archaeologists suspect this platform specifically might be even older, maybe thousands of years older. There's still no consensus on the start date, and dating stone is notoriously tricky. What is agreed on is that Puma Punku was important, sacred, central, and weirdly advanced. The stones here aren't ordinary building blocks. They're andesite and red sandstone, heavy, dense materials that are notoriously difficult to work with. Some weigh 100 tons or more, and yet they were carved with astonishing precision. Joints between the blocks fit so tightly that you couldn't slide a razor blade through the seam. Even modern stonemasons look at the tolerances and shake their heads. Take the famous H blocks. These massive interlocking pieces appear almost modular, like the ancient version of IKEA furniture, but without the frustration or the hex keys. Each H is symmetrical, dimensionally consistent, and cut with angles so straight they suggest machine-like tooling. You can run your finger along the edge and feel not chisel marks, but smoothness, flatness, consistency. But here's the kicker. The Tiwanaku people didn't have metal tools harder than copper. No iron, no steel. Just stone tools, abrasives, water, and endless patience. And somehow, they pulled this off. Researchers have scanned the blocks using 3D laser imaging, finding tolerances within fractions of a millimeter. That's the kind of precision used in modern manufacturing. Even under electron microscopes, you can see tiny striations, parallel grooves, that suggest careful grinding and polishing, not haphazard hacking. This wasn't trial and error. It was a system, a process, a plan. So how did they do it? One theory points to controlled fracturing. The builders likely understood the grain of the stone and knew where to strike to split it cleanly. Then came polishing with quartz, sand, and water, a slow, steady abrasion. Some experimental archaeologists have tried to replicate the techniques using only tools available at the time. It's possible, just extremely time-consuming. Carving one H block could take months even with skilled labor. Now picture dozens of those blocks, lined up, perfectly cut, shaped to interlock like a jigsaw puzzle in 3 dimensions, all without blueprints, laser levels, or forklifts. And then you have to move them. The quarry for the red sandstone was located about 10 kilometers away. For the andesite, it was even worse across Lake Titicaca. That means someone had to drag or float multi-ton stones through mountains, over water, and across uneven terrain, without wheels. Let that settle in while you imagine doing the same with a refrigerator on a bumpy dirt road, barefoot, with alpacas watching. The layout of Puma Punku itself remains speculative. Most of it was destroyed before archaeologists arrived thanks to looting Spanish dynamite and centuries of weather. Still based on ground-penetrating radar and scattered fragments, researchers believe the site was once a large ceremonial platform with terraced layers and step designs. Its purpose hard to say. Some think it was a ritual site aligned with celestial events. Others believe it was a kind of gateway, a sacred platform connecting the physical and spiritual worlds. The name Puma Punku means door of the Puma in Aymara. Fitting considering its air of mystery and power. And then there's the acoustics. Some archaeologists noticed that certain arrangements of stone amplify sound in curious ways. Whispers carry. Footsteps echo just so. Whether intentional or not, the design may have heightened the sensory effects of ceremony, making the place feel more than real, more than now. Let's not forget the myth. Local legends say that Puma Punku wasn't built by humans at all, but by gods in a single night. According to Andean mythology, it was the place where the first people emerged after the Great Flood. Viracocha, the creator god, is said to have built the site with divine energy commanding stones to fly into place. That would explain the impossibly clean lines. Or it might just be the way humans explain the unexplainable. Because here's what we don't know. We don't know how they moved the heaviest blocks. We don't know what tools they really used, since none were found on site. We don't know the full layout. We don't know why it was eventually abandoned. And we still can't agree on exactly when it was built. Some carbon dating results suggest around 536 CE. Others hint at much earlier construction phases. Historians still debate whether Puma Punku was built in one ambitious burst or over multiple generations, whether the precision was functional or symbolic, whether the builders were trying to impress the gods or just each other. Whatever the truth, the ruins refuse to go quietly. Even as the highland winds sand away their edges, they speak. Not in words, not in glyphs, but in geometry, in proportions, in the stubborn refusal of ancient stone to reveal all its secrets. So as your breath slows and you drift a little further into stillness, imagine the hands that touch these stones long before your ancestors learned to write. Imagine them lifting, chiseling, fitting. Not by magic, not by miracle, but by sheer quiet genius. And then maybe the strangest thing of all, they walked away, left it behind, let it crumble, let it become the riddle that you tonight are still trying to understand. You're standing high above the sacred city of Cusco. The air here is thinner, crisper. The kind of air that whispers secrets if you stay still long enough. And towering above the city, crowned by clouds and echoing with the voices of centuries, is the great stone fortress of Sacsaywaman. The name rolls off your tongue like a chant, soft and strange, Sacsaywaman. And no, despite what tourists joke, it doesn't mean sexy woman, though once you've seen it, you might fall in love. This isn't your usual fortress. There are no battlements, no crumbling towers, no drawbridges. What you see instead is a wall zigzagging like lightning bolts made of stones the size of trucks. And here's the part that doesn't make sense. They're fitted together without mortar. Not even a drop. And yet you couldn't slip a sheet of paper or even a butter knife between them. Some of these stones weigh more than 300 tons. That's the weight of about 50 African elephants. And yet they sit here as if casually nudged into place, perfectly aligned and locked in position like a giant stone jigsaw puzzle. They've stood for centuries weathering time earthquakes and colonial conquest. And somehow, they're still snug, still quiet, still unbroken. The Spanish conquistadors who saw this place for the first time in the 1530s were, how should we put it thoroughly, freaked out. These were men who had grown up among Europe's finest cathedrals and castles. They weren't easily impressed, but Sacsaywaman made them uneasy. It looked like something from another world, a place not built, but conjured. They asked the locals who built it. The Inca no, came the answer. It was here before us. The Kilka, they said. Or maybe someone even older. The Spanish didn't believe it, and to be fair, we're still not sure. What we do know is that the Inca inherited the site and turned it into a jewel of their empire. Construction likely began around the 15th century during the reign of Pachacuti, the Inca ruler known as the Earthshaker. which feels appropriate. Because when you walk the walls of Sacsaywaman, you can feel the earth itself bending to human will. But here's the twist: Sacsaywaman wasn't just a fortress. Yes, it had military uses. Yes, it was strategically placed above Cusco, allowing its defenders to rain down rocks arrows and the occasional unpleasant surprise on invaders below. But it was more than that. Much more. This was a sacred place, a temple, a royal complex, a cosmological diagram carved into the landscape. The Inca believed Cusco was the navel of the world, the center of their empire, and the axis around which all life turned. And they designed their capital in the shape of a puma, a sacred animal. The head of the puma, you guessed it, Sacsaywaman. Those zigzagging walls, the jagged teeth of the beast. That's not just poetic, it's architectural. The walls were intentionally shaped to resemble the jaws of a puma, anchoring the entire city in symbolic power. The stones weren't just placed for defense, they were woven into a spiritual narrative that held the empire together. And let's not forget the stones themselves. How did they move them? How did they carve them? They had no wheels, no iron tools, just human labor, copper chisels, and centuries of know-how passed down through generations. Theories abound. Ramps, ropes, logs, levers, all plausible, all maddeningly slow. Experimental archaeologists have tried to replicate the work. Some teams managed to move multi-ton stones using only Inca-era technology, but shaping them, fitting them together with that level of precision, that's where things start to wobble, because these stones aren't uniform blocks. Each one is uniquely shaped to fit exactly into its neighbors. Some have 12 or more angles, interlocking like a three-dimensional puzzle. They were carved with such accuracy that the structure distributes weight evenly and flexes slightly during seismic activity, meaning they're earthquake-proof. Think about that. The Spanish buildings that came later, most of them collapsed in earthquakes. Sacsaywaman still standing. Historians still debate whether the stones were shaped in place or elsewhere and then transported. But here's something strange. Tool marks are nearly invisible. The surfaces are smooth, almost polished. You get the sense that the builders weren't just thinking structurally, they were thinking aesthetically, and maybe even ritually, because buried beneath the complex are tunnels, chambers, and ceremonial zones. One tower, called Muyuk Marka, was a perfect circle, possibly a solar observatory. Spanish accounts describe it as being filled with golden statues and fountains before it was dismantled and the gold shipped off to Europe. The whole site hums with unseen geometry. The sun shines directly through certain doorways during solstices. Channels carved into the stone may have carried ritual water or chicha, a fermented corn drink used in ceremonies. Even the layout of the walls seems to follow cosmological principles, reflecting the Inca belief that heaven and earth were linked by sacred geometry. But it wasn't invincible. In 1536, during an Inca uprising against the Spanish Sacsaywaman, became a battleground. Inca rebels used the fortress to launch attacks on Spanish forces occupying Cusco. For days, they held it raining down firestone and fury. Eventually, the Spanish stormed the walls. It was a bloodbath. Many of the Inca defenders jumped to their deaths rather than be captured. Afterward, the Spanish dismantled parts of the site, using the stones to build churches and mansions down in Cusco. Only the largest blocks were left behind, too big to move, too stubborn to fall. And so they stayed, watching, waiting, holding on to their silence. And here's the haunting part. This is just one of the Incas' many marvels. You've heard of Machu Picchu, of course. But Sacsaywaman laid the groundwork both literally and spiritually. It's a reminder that long before Europeans arrived, there were builders in the Americas capable of incredible feats, without writing, without wheels, without even metal tools. So now, as you lie still and your thoughts grow heavy, imagine standing before that wall. Cold stone against your palm, the grooves deep, worn smooth by time. You feel the quiet thrum of the Andes, the memory of a world where stones could be made to dance, not through magic, but through sheer human brilliance. And in the hush of the night, you realize sometimes the loudest mysteries are carved in silence. The heat presses down on you like a weighted blanket, and yet you can't help but squint upward in awe. You're standing in the Bekaa Valley of Lebanon, looking up, way up, at what appears to be the ruins of a Roman temple. But let's be real, this doesn't feel Roman. It feels excessive, colossal, like Rome was compensating for something, or like someone else got here first, and the Romans just built on top. Welcome to Baalbek, home of the largest stone blocks ever used in construction. Not just in Roman construction, in any construction, anywhere, ever. The complex sprawls before you in broken grandeur, a glorious wreck of columns and stairs and sun-warmed slabs. The Temple of Jupiter stands, or rather limps at the center of it all, its surviving columns still rising 60 feet into the sky. Each one made from a single piece of granite, not stacked, not composite, just one giant stone per pillar, no pressure. But that's not even the weird part. No, the real mystery lies beneath your feet in the foundation of the temple platform. That's where you'll find them, the trilithon blocks. 3 stones perfectly aligned resting 20 feet above ground. Each one is estimated to weigh between 750 and 800 tons. That's roughly 3 Boeing 747s per block, and they're not just huge, they're precise. The joints between them are so tight that a knife blade can't slip through. No cement, no mortar, just weight gravity and the kind of precision usually reserved for spaceship assembly. So let's pause and ask the obvious how, because the Romans had cranes, sure, but their best models could lift maybe 50 tons on a good day, with a lot of grunting and a prayer to Jupiter. Yet these stones were set in place over 2,000 years ago. And this is important, they weren't dragged uphill. In fact, the quarry where they were cut sits slightly above the platform. That helps, but it doesn't solve everything. Archaeologists have found grooves cut into the stones, likely where ropes or levers were attached. The working theory is that the builders used a combination of sledges, wooden rollers, and ramps to ease the blocks downhill. Some think a lubrication system of water or olive oil helped reduce friction. Others say log rollers would have been crushed under the weight. It's a game of ancient physics, and even today, we're still spitballing. And just when you think it can't get more absurd, you find the stone of the pregnant woman. No, she's not mythical. She's geological. This stone sits in the quarry nearby, cut-shaped and abandoned. It weighs around 1,000 tons, give or take a few elephants. Why was it never moved? No one knows. Maybe it cracked. Maybe they decided it was just too big even for them. Or maybe they intended to use it, but history intervened. Oh, and in 2014, archaeologists found yet another block beneath it, even bigger. About 1,200 tons, making it the heaviest known worked stone block on Earth. Still lying in the quarry like a sleeping beast, waiting. So who built this? The official answer is the Romans. Specifically, the temple complex began during the reign of Emperor Augustus and was added to over the next couple centuries. And yes, there's solid evidence that the upper portions of the structure are definitely Roman. The decorative style, the inscriptions, the layout all match known Roman temple designs. But the foundation, that's where it gets murkier. Some scholars argue that the Romans inherited or repurposed an earlier platform possibly built by local Semitic cultures, or even by mysterious engineers lost to time. The idea is that they saw these massive blocks already in place and thought, well, this is convenient. Let's put our temple here. Classic imperial shortcut. Others suggest the Romans themselves built the whole thing using techniques and resources that haven't left much of a trail. And honestly, they were good. Like really good. Roman engineers moved obelisks, aqueducts, and entire columns from Egypt to Italy. But Baalbek still feels different. More than just engineering. It feels like audacity carved into stone. And it wasn't just about scale, it was about symbolism. The Temple of Jupiter wasn't just another place to offer incense and pray for a good harvest. It was the largest religious structure in the Roman Empire. That's right, bigger than anything in Rome. The people here weren't worshiping Jupiter as a generic sky dad. They called him Jupiter Heliopolitanus, a fusion of the Roman god and local deities of the sun and sky. The temple's scale was a statement. Rome is not only powerful, it's eternal. And what better way to prove that than building something that no one else could? And here's a strange little footnote. The design of the complex wasn't just for show. The trilithon blocks were deliberately positioned to reflect and absorb sunlight in specific ways. When the sun hit at just the right angle, the shadows cast along the base would create a visual effect, enhancing the sense of depth, power, and awe. This wasn't just stonework, it was choreography. And yet, with all this effort, with all these marvels, they left no blueprints, no manuals, no scrolls tucked in a dusty corner that say, "Dear future archaeologists, here's how we did it." You're welcome. So what we're left with is the stone itself. And that silence again, the kind that only ruins can carry. The kind that weighs more than any block ever cut. Recent tech has helped a little. In 2023, ground-penetrating radar confirmed that the trilithon blocks were part of the original construction, not later additions. That supports the theory that the massive stones weren't decorative, they were foundational. That ups the stakes and the mystery. These blocks weren't an afterthought, they were step one. So now, you're lying. Still eyes closed, breathing slow. And your mind is still wandering back to that enormous stone half buried in the quarry. It was shaped by someone's hands. Someone who never saw it lifted. Someone who may have died believing it would one day become part of something sacred. Something bigger than themselves. And maybe it did. Maybe the act of trying was the point all along. Maybe it's not about building a temple that touches the sky. Maybe it's about leaving behind a question so big we're still trying to answer it 2,000 years later. You sleep now, but Baalbek remains giant still and stubborn. A monument to ambition and mystery, and the quiet belief that stone, if carved with enough care, can outlast even the gods. The ocean swells beneath your canoe, and the salty wind bites at your cheeks. You're drifting off the coast of Pohnpei, a lush Micronesian island cloaked in dense jungle and thick with the scent of salt and breadfruit. Ahead of you, the shoreline disappears, replaced not by sand or coral reefs, but by walls. Towering basalt walls. perfect right angles, black stones rising from the turquoise lagoon like the remnants of a sunken fortress. Welcome to Nan Madal, the only ancient city ever built entirely atop coral reef foundations. A floating maze of stone and silence. It doesn't take long for the questions to start. Because the first thing you notice before the canals, before the ceremonial platforms, is the weight of the place. Literally. The entire city is made of basalt columns, some weighing up to 50 tons. And there are thousands of them, slab after slab, stacked like oversized dominoes, forming 92 artificial islands, each connected by narrow canals that weave through the mangroves like watery alleyways. The locals call it the Venice of the Pacific. But let's be honest, Venice didn't have structures like this 1,000 years ago. And Venice wasn't built on floating coral platforms with volcanic rock carried from miles away. It's not just beautiful, it's impossible. Or at least it should be. Because here's the thing, there are no large trees on Pohnpei. No hardwoods to make the giant rafts you'd need to carry multi-ton basalt columns. No oxen. No cranes. Just ocean reef and jungle. Yet somehow, starting around the 8th or 9th century, the Tsodilo dynasty, an elite ruling clan, began building their capital right here. Not inland, not uphill, but on water. How? There are theories, of course. Some archaeologists suggest the builders used a raft and log system floating the stones from quarries located on the opposite side of the island. Others propose overland transport, dragging the stones across rolling logs, jungle terrain, and up and down steep slopes. But no one's found definitive evidence. No logs preserved. No clear transport roads. No inscriptions bragging about this engineering miracle. And the oral traditions, well, those don't make things any simpler. The people of Pohnpei have long told stories of twin sorcerers, Olisipa and Olasopa, who flew the basalt stones through the air using magic. These legends are passed down with reverence, not as metaphor, but as history. And while most archaeologists roll their eyes at magical airlifts, you can't help but stand here, looking at the stones rising from the sea, and wonder if any explanation feels more plausible than that. Because Nan Madal isn't just one big pile of rocks. It's an urban grid carefully laid out ceremonial compounds, residential zones, tombs, and temples. There's even a royal mortuary complex called Nandawas, surrounded by 25-foot high walls. The stones here are arranged with such precision that they've survived for nearly 1,000 years of typhoon sea surges and time's slow erosion. And just beneath the surface, literally, lie even more mysteries. Archaeologists have found underwater structures, walls, paths, and clusters of basalt columns that extend into the lagoon as if the city once stretched farther than it does today. Some believe sea level rise may have submerged parts of the original complex. Others think these could be failed construction efforts abandoned when the stones fell through the reef during building. Even more curious is the city's function. Nan Madal wasn't a bustling metropolis like Cahokia or Angkor Wat. It didn't house tens of thousands of people. In fact, most of Pohnpei's population lived outside the city. The stone complexes were largely ceremonial, used by the ruling elite to conduct rituals, isolate themselves from commoners, and maintain authority. This wasn't just urban planning. This was political theater. Stone-built awe. The Tsodilo rulers used Nan Madal to consolidate power, and their rule lasted for centuries. But like all dynasties, it eventually collapsed, brought down by rebellion, legend says, and perhaps a demigod named Isokalekal, who came from the west to overthrow the cruel regime. Today, the ruins sit mostly empty, visited by fishermen tourists and the occasional archaeologist with a drone and a dream. And yet the place feels occupied. You might hear whispers in the rustle of the palms. Locals still avoid staying overnight. They say the site is cursed, guarded by the restless spirits of ancient kings. Divers speak of sudden chills and ghostly shadows darting just beyond the coral walls. One moment you're alone, the next you're not. That kind of place. But beyond the myths, Nan Madal is a monument to something real and rare seaborne megalithic architecture. While most ancient cities were built for defense, agriculture, or trade, Nan Madal seems to have been built to isolate, to separate the elite from the rest of the island, to elevate them not upward but outward, surrounded by ocean, encircled by silence. And that design, while beautiful, was not practical. Food had to be ferried in by canoe. Fresh water had to be carried across channels. There were no wells. Living here was inconvenient, difficult, and yet absolutely intentional. It was about power and control and spectacle. If you wanted to remind the people that you were chosen by the gods, what better way than to build your throne on the sea? In recent years, new technologies like LiDAR and ground-penetrating radar have revealed even more submerged structures, hints of canals long lost to sediment and algae. These discoveries suggest the city was even larger than previously believed, and that the Tsodilo had mastered marine engineering in ways we still struggle to understand. But here's the part that really gets you: the stones don't just sit there. They balance, stacked horizontally, precisely layered, often without mortar. Some of the longest logs ever used by humans couldn't span these widths. Yet somehow, the builders created floating foundations islands that didn't sink, collapse, or drift away. And they did it again and again, 92 times. So as you lie back tonight, eyes closed, rocked gently by the imagined lapping of seawater, think of Nan Madal, a city built for kings, balanced on coral, raised by hand or by legend, still here, still asking how. Maybe it was magic, or maybe it was just belief, layered as carefully as stone on stone. You're deep in the heart of Sichuan province now, in a part of China where the air is thick and humid and the red clay clings to your boots like it's trying to keep you here. You didn't expect to find a mystery in a farming field, but that's how the best stories begin, right? With a farmer digging a ditch, with a shovel hitting something solid, not rock, not metal, but jade, smooth carved and impossibly old. That moment in 1929 was the first whisper of a civilization no one had ever heard of. No name, no written record. Just artifacts so strange and striking, they seemed like they were dropped in from another planet. You're looking at the work of Sanxingdui, and good luck making sense of it. This place is weird. But not in a dismissible fringe theory kind of way. No, this is documented weird, academic weird, a culture that flourished around 1200 BCE and then vanished, without warning, without explanation, leaving behind giant bronze masks, sacred trees, and sculptures so bizarre they wouldn't look out of place in a science fiction museum. Imagine standing in front of a bronze figure taller than you with bulging eyes, upturned tusk-like ears, and a mouth frozen in what could be a scream or a chant. Some of the masks span over 4 feet across. Their expressions are frozen in that same alien serenity, eyes wide and watching. And here's the part that really throws people off. They don't look anything like other Chinese bronzes from the time. While the Shang dynasty was casting vessels with dragons and phoenixes hundreds of miles away, the people of Sanxingdui were making these faces with sunburst eyebrows, creatures with bird bodies and human arms, trees made of bronze 15 feet high with coiled dragons in their branches and birds perched like ancient guardians. And when archaeologists finally started digging seriously, digging in 1986, what they found wasn't just unusual. It was ritualistic, deliberate, and unmistakably complex. 2 giant sacrificial pits filled with thousands of broken artifacts, jade blades, bronze masks, elephant tusks, cowrie shells, silk fragments, gold items. And nearly all of it had been burned, smashed, or bent before being buried. Like it wasn't enough to offer the items, they had to be decommissioned, stripped of power before returning to the earth. It's as if a whole chapter of Bronze Age history was ripped out of the textbook, and here in a single dig site, someone handed it back to us scorched at the edges and wrapped in mystery. But it didn't stop there. In 2020, new excavations revealed 6 more pits just adjacent to the original 2. Hundreds of new objects, more masks, more gold, more questions. Among the discoveries, what may be the largest gold mask ever found in China, originally weighing more than half a kilogram before time chewed it away. Its wide eyes and delicate design stunned even the most stoic researchers. And yes, there were silk fragments, threads preserved for 3,000 years in the oxygen-deprived depths of these pits. The earliest silk ever found in southwest China. That's not just fashion. That's a timeline shift. So, who were these people? The prevailing theory is that Sanxingdui was part of the Shu Kingdom, a culture known from later Chinese texts, but long thought to be more legend than reality. According to ancient stories, the Shu people were powerful, spiritual, and distinct, and now we have their fingerprints all over this site. Still, some scholars hesitate. Because there's a problem: no writing, no inscriptions, no records, just the artifacts themselves. And those artifacts seem alone, isolated, like no one else nearby was doing anything remotely similar. The designs, the proportions, the sheer style of the work, it all feels original, untethered from what we understand as Chinese art at the time, which leads to theories. Some say the bronze masks were used in rituals worn by priests or mounted on totems, possibly to channel spirits or deities. Others believe the masks represent ancestral gods, preserved in metal to link the living and the dead. A few go further. Perhaps these weren't gods at all, but sky beings, entities worshipped not for their human traits, but for their otherness, their strangeness. And yes, because this is the internet era, you'll find the word aliens thrown around too. The large eyes, the lack of written records, the sudden appearance and disappearance of a hyper-advanced culture. But as much fun as that is, the real mystery is even better. What if this was all us? What if humans, with no outside help, built a radically different worldview, technology, and spiritual system, only for it to vanish into obscurity when their cities fell silent? Speaking of silence, around 1000 BCE, Sanxingdui seems to stop, not with a bang, with a fade. The workshops go quiet, the kilns cool. The gold and bronze and jade are packed into pits, ritually broken and buried. And then nothing. Some believe the city was abandoned due to natural disaster, an earthquake, or flood diverting the nearby Min River and forcing the people to relocate. Others suggest political collapse or invasion. But whatever the reason, they didn't leave a message. Just wrecked treasure in carefully dug pits And here's something wild, we're still just scratching the surface. As of 2024, a jade workshop has been uncovered, complete with unfinished artifacts, grinding stones, and tools. This isn't just ceremonial leftovers. It's process, it's artisanship, it's infrastructure. It tells us that Sanxingdui wasn't a fluke. It was a system. Even genetic evidence supports the idea that these people were distinct. DNA from human remains found at the site shows markers unlike those of surrounding populations, pointing to a unique cultural group with possibly separate origins or long-standing isolation. So tonight, as you fall deeper into stillness, imagine what Sanxingdui sounded like at its peak. Bronze hammers striking molds, silk fluttering on wooden looms, priests chanting before towering altars of gold and flame. And then one day, the wind shifts, the river turns, the gods are silenced, the city is packed up, burned, buried, forgotten, until a farmer's shovel brought it all back. And even now, as machines scrape the red clay and archaeologists dust gold leaf from ancient cheekbones, we still don't have answers, just wide eyes and silence. And the uncanny certainty that we've only begun to remember what we lost. You're walking through a jungle, not a rainforest exactly. This place is dry, dusty, full of vines and ancient trees, but it hums with life just the same. Somewhere in the Yucatan Peninsula, you duck beneath hanging roots and pass a wall of weathered stone. It's covered in glyphs, sharp-edged symbols that look like they're whispering something old, something once sacred. You're in the lands of the ancient Maya, a civilization so advanced, so precise, it could predict eclipses centuries in advance, without telescopes, without Newton, without even a metal compass. But this story isn't about their achievements. It's about their disappearance. Because around the year 900 CE, the cities went quiet, and nobody knows why. It's one of the most haunting questions in archaeology. What happened to the Maya? They built massive stone cities, like Tecalcalacmul and Copan, complete with towering pyramids, ball courts, aqueducts, and observatories. Their kings recorded every war ritual and alliance in detailed glyphs carved into stelae and painted on pottery. Their mathematicians developed a vigorous base 20 number system and were one of the first in the world to invent the concept of zero. Their calendar, so accurate it made the Gregorian one look like a rough draft, and then seemingly out of nowhere, they left. Within just a few generations, these bustling city-states were abandoned. The jungle took over. Trees grew through temple walls. Roots split staircases. The once thriving heart of Mesoamerica fell into silence. It wasn't a slow fade, it was a collapse, a full societal unraveling, and fast enough to leave future civilizations baffled. So what do we know? Well, for one, we know the Maya weren't a monolith. They weren't a single empire, but a patchwork of independent city-states, each ruled by its own divine king. They competed, allied, and fought like medieval fiefdoms, with bloody wars and royal marriages forming ever-shifting power webs. We also know that the collapse wasn't total. While the southern lowland cities, the big ones you always see in documentaries, were abandoned around 900 CE, the northern cities like Chichen Itza and Uxmal continued to flourish for centuries. The culture didn't vanish. It shifted. It migrated. It evolved. Still, the question remains, why did those mighty southern cities fall? Let's follow the clues. First, there's climate. Core samples from lake beds and cave stalagmites across the Yucatan show that between 800 and 1100 CE, the region experienced a series of severe droughts. Not just dry seasons, mega droughts. Rainfall plummeted, crops withered, water sources dried up. And when your entire civilization depends on rain-fed agriculture, that's catastrophic. The Maya built reservoirs, but without consistent rain, even those couldn't save them. As crops failed, food shortages spread. And with no grain reserves or storage infrastructure like in Egypt or Mesopotamia, the buffer was thin. People went hungry. Next clue, environmental degradation. The Maya were master landscapers. They terraced hills, built raised fields and wetlands, and managed dense forest systems. But all that brilliance came with a cost. To build their enormous temples and cities, they needed limestone, and to process limestone into plaster, you need fire. Lots of it. That meant cutting down trees. Thousands, tens of thousands. Over time, deforestation led to soil erosion, declining agricultural yields, and increased vulnerability to drought. The very tools of Maya greatness may have sown the seeds of their undoing, but nature wasn't the only enemy. There was also war. Carved stelae from the terminal classic period, roughly 800–900 CE, depict an escalation in conflict. Cities began launching brutal wars against each other, not just to seize captives, but to decapitate dynasties. Monuments once used to record triumphs and divine lineage began to vanish, hinting at a breakdown in political order. As resources dwindled, competition intensified. Rulers may have overtaxed their people to fund increasingly elaborate temples and monuments, trying to outshine rival kings, even as their food systems collapsed. Imagine carving a 20-foot-high glyph-covered stela to announce a royal marriage, while your people are starving. The social contract frayed. Elites lost their divine authority. Commoners fled the cities. The temples stood, but the faith that sustained them had already crumbled. Still, the final blow might have been overpopulation. Some estimates suggest that Maya lowlands supported between 7 and 11 million people at their peak. That's dense, even by today's standards. Cities like Tikal and Copan were packed with palaces, reservoirs, and crop fields, but with such tight margins, all it took was one prolonged drought or one failed harvest to tip the whole system. No buffer, no backup plan, just collapse. And then, silence. Tikal's last dated monument is from 869 CE. Copan's 822 CE. At Quirigua, construction stops cold. The jungle moves in. The calendar ticks on. But the scribes are gone. Of course, the Maya people didn't vanish. Their descendants still live across Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras. They still speak Mayan languages, maintain traditions, and pass on stories older than the empires that came after them. The fall of the classic cities wasn't the end, it was a transformation, a decentralization, a dispersal of knowledge and culture into new forms. And some believe the Maya knew what was coming. There are glyphs still partially decoded that speak of celestial cycles, of eras rising and falling, of kings who were warned by the stars. One theory even suggests the great cities were intentionally abandoned, not in panic, but as part of a ritual realignment, a return to balance. Historians still debate whether this idea has legs, but it makes you wonder. Maybe the Maya didn't disappear. Maybe they stepped back. Maybe they left the jungle's embrace for the sake of survival and let the vines take what once was sacred. Now lying still in the quiet of your room, let yourself imagine those temples again. The jungle song, the rustle of howler monkeys in the canopy, the distant clang of a stone ball in a court. a priest carving time into stone, knowing his city was dying. But the calendar would continue. And tonight it has. You're underground now. Not metaphorically in the real physical sense. You've descended from the light, from the surface of the earth into a dark and cool silence that hums with hidden life. The walls around you aren't just rock, they're architecture. Carved passageways, carved rooms, carved air vents. You've entered the city of Derinkuyu. Welcome to the most ambitious game of hide and seek in human history. This isn't a cave. It's not a bunker. It's a 20,000 person city, carved straight into the volcanic rock of Cappadocia in what is now central Turkey. And it goes down, like way down, 18 levels deep. Some say more. Some say we haven't even found the bottom yet. The first thing that hits you isn't the darkness, it's the layout. You're not stumbling through a natural cavern. You're walking hallways, turning corners, peeking into rooms with smooth square openings. You find kitchens, storage areas, wine presses, chapels, even schools. And the entire thing is ventilated so perfectly, so mathematically, you can breathe freely the whole way through. The air shafts still work, thousands of years later. That's not coincidence. That's engineering. Most estimates date Derinkuyu back to at least the 8th century BCE, likely built by the Phrygians or Hittites. But some theories push it even further, arguing the earliest levels could be pre-Iron Age. Over the centuries, it was expanded, reinforced, deepened, first by early Indo-Europeans, then by early Christians, who used it as a sanctuary during times of invasion. And here's what's wild: Derinkuyu is just one of dozens of underground cities in Cappadocia, linked together by hidden tunnels, some stretching miles. It's not an isolated bunker. It's part of an entire subterranean network. But Derinkuyu is the biggest, the deepest, the most mind-boggling. And the more you wander through its passages, the more questions creep in. Why would anyone build something like this? Sure, hiding from invaders makes sense. The early Christians used it to escape Roman persecution. Later, Byzantine citizens fled Arab raids. But this level of permanence, this wasn't a temporary hideout. This was a lifestyle. People lived down here long enough to need stables, kitchens, and places to press oil. Some rooms even had stone doors, round slabs weighing hundreds of pounds rolled into place from the inside to seal off entrances. They weren't just hunkering down for the night. They were preparing for siege, for survival. And think about the digging. This wasn't built with jackhammers or drills. It was carved with chisels and hammers day after day, year after year. And you can't just dig aimlessly. You have to know where you're going, how deep you can go without collapsing, how to structure columns and passageways to maintain strength. And you have to keep it ventilated the whole time. Oh, and lit. These people carried oil lamps and torches as they worked. Flames, flickering sweat, dripping eyes straining in the subterranean dark, all to create a world beneath the world. One theory suggests that Derinkuyu wasn't just a last resort, it was a deliberate design for seasonal living. When the brutal Anatolian winters hit, or when raiders approached the horizon, families moved underground, locking themselves into safety. Maybe they even preferred it. The stone stayed a constant cool temperature year-round. No rain, no wolves, no war. Others take it a step further. Maybe this was built to escape something bigger. There's a theory, admittedly fringe but persistent, that the earliest phases of Derinkuyu were built to survive cataclysm. Not an army, not a plague, but something global. A supervolcano, a comet, A temporary end-of-the-world scenario. Why else build a city that could function entirely underground for months at a time? Historians still debate whether the city was always this massive or if later groups expanded a smaller core. Some researchers point to similarities between Derinkuyu and Zoroastrian texts, which describe underground refuges built by the first humans to escape a coming winter. Coincidence, maybe. Or maybe the memory of ancient catastrophe lived on long after the event itself was forgotten. But here's what we do know. Derinkuyu was not chaotic. It was organized. Each level had a purpose. The top levels were for public areas, chapels, stables, meeting halls. Go deeper, and you'll find sleeping quarters, storage rooms, water cisterns, and even a well that stretches down 180 feet deep enough to reach the water table. That meant clean water, even if the surface was poisoned, invaded, or burning, and the kitchen vents hidden from the surface to prevent smoke from giving away the city's location. The planners thought of everything. In 1963, the modern world rediscovered Derinkuyu, the way all great mysteries resurface by accident. A man knocked down a wall in his basement and discovered a tunnel. That tunnel led to another room, then another, then stairs, then a cavern. Within weeks, officials realized he'd stumbled into an ancient buried world. That single hole in a wall opened the door to a civilization carved into stone, entirely out of sight. And here's a fun little oddity. Some chambers in Derinkuyu contain anomalous magnetic fields. Not enough to fry your brain, but enough to interfere with compasses. Researchers aren't sure why. Maybe it's the mineral content in the rock. Maybe it's something stranger. Either way, it adds to the feeling that you're inside a place not just engineered, but enchanted. As you close your eyes, try to picture life here. Children whispering in dimly lit corridors. The clink of a pot echoing down a stone hallway. A priest chanting in the cool silence of an underground chapel. Somewhere, someone is grinding grain in a bowl. Somewhere else, a family is sleeping safe from the storms of the surface world. And then imagine what it must have felt like to return above, blinking into the light, stepping into the wind, unsure of what season it was, or if the danger had passed. Because Derinkuyu wasn't just an escape, it was a pause button on civilization. A way to wait out the end of the world. And now it waits again. Empty, hollow, but still there. So, as you drift deeper into your own quiet world, remember, not all cities are built under sun and sky. Some are carved in shadow, built not to be seen, but to survive. And sometimes, survival leaves behind the greatest mystery of all. The sea wind brushes against your face, and the taste of salt lingers on your lips. You're not sure how you got here, but you know where you are, a lonely speck of land in the South Pacific surrounded by endless ocean. And on this speck, this fragment of volcanic rock, stand rows of silent stone giants. Moai, they're called. The Watchers, the Ancestors, the question marks in human form. You're on Rapa Nui, Easter Island. At first glance, the statues seem sad, abandoned, their long faces etched with solemn indifference, half buried in grassy slopes. Some stand proudly on stone platforms, called ahu, gazing inland, as if watching over their descendants. Others lie face down in the dirt, unfinished, fallen, or never moved from the quarry. But no matter their position, they all whisper the same silent riddle. How did they move? There are nearly 900 moai scattered across the island. Carved between 1250 and 1500 CE, they range from modest 5-footers to the largest standing at 33 feet tall and weighing around 82 tons. And they weren't just carved for fun. These were sacred beings believed to embody ancestral spirits and hold mana, the spiritual power that could protect a clan bless the land. But here's the thing, the Moai weren't carved at their final destinations. No, they were all born at the volcanic quarry of Rano Raraku, a massive crater that still cradles dozens of half-carved statues in its flanks. The stone is a type of compressed volcanic ash tuff which is relatively soft at least until it's exposed to weather. So picture this. Workers carving a massive statue out of the cliff face, slowly chiseling it loose with basalt tools. Once complete, the Moai had to be moved sometimes over 10 miles to their ceremonial platforms. And there were no wheels, no beasts of burden, just ropewood and humans. And somehow, they did it. For decades, scholars imagined the Moai were hauled on sledges dragged along log rollers by teams of strongmen. That theory led to a grim narrative. The islanders deforested the land to move the statues, which led to ecological collapse, famine, and even cannibalism. It was a neat package, impressive culture, hubris downfall. But more recent research has challenged that story, because in 2012, a team of archaeologists, Terry Hunt, Carl Lipo, and others ran an experiment. They built a replica Moai about 10 feet tall and weighing 5 tons. And they didn't drag it. They walked it, using 3 ropes, 1 in back, to steady it, and 2 on either side. They rocked the statue back and forth, letting it step forward with a rhythmic motion. Think of moving a refrigerator across a kitchen floor, shifting it side to side. That's what it looked like, and it worked. Not only was it fast and efficient, it matched oral tradition. Elders on the island had long said the Moai walked themselves to their platforms, maybe not literally, but close enough to feel like truth. Suddenly, the narrative shifted. Maybe the islanders didn't destroy themselves through greed. Maybe they were brilliant engineers with a cultural system that prized unity, ritual, and cooperation. Maybe the statues were moved not by force, but by ceremony. And this makes sense when you think about what the Moai represent. These weren't just objects. They were ancestors, guardians, spirits carved into permanence. Transporting one was a sacred act, a community-wide effort, not just a chore, but a procession. But if that's the case, why are so many unfinished? Hundreds of Moai lie scattered on slopes and ditches, some carved only halfway from the stone, others fully formed but never raised. It's like a workshop frozen in time, and that raises another mystery. Why did they stop? One theory says civil war broke out between rival clans. Competing groups may have toppled each other's Moai, desecrating spiritual guardians in a symbolic form of warfare. Indeed, many statues were found face down, intentionally broken at the neck. It wasn't weather. It was deliberate. Another idea ties the decline to European contact. When the Dutch arrived on Easter Sunday in 1722, they found an island already in decline. By the 1800s, Peruvian slave raids and introduced diseases had devastated the population. The cultural knowledge of the Moai, why they were made, how they were moved, was fading even before outsiders started taking notes. But even today, the islanders remember. The Rapa Nui people still live here. They still visit the Ahu. They still tell stories about the long ears and the short ears, 2 rival groups, one said to be noble, the other enslaved. They still perform dances and rituals that echo the old ways. And every few years, another mystery resurfaces. Take the Moai eyes, for instance. For years, people thought the statues were eyeless. But in 1978, a fragment of coral with red scoria was found part of a Moai's inlay eye. Later, Reconstruction showed the moai may have originally gazed out with bright white coral eyes and red pupils. Imagine that 800 giant faces, not just staring, but glowing under the tropical sun. Even the Ahu platforms hold secrets. Some are built with interlocking stonework reminiscent of Inca architecture. A few researchers have speculated about ancient contact between Polynesians and South Americans, long dismissed, but gaining traction as evidence of early trans-Pacific voyaging emerges. And then there's the language, Rongorongo. It's the name given to a system of glyphs carved on wooden tablets found on the island in the 19th century. Some believe it's a form of proto-writing, perhaps the only indigenous script developed in Oceania. But here's the kicker: no one can read it. The missionaries who first collected the tablets didn't realize what they had. Many were burned. The few that survive, about 24, remain undeciphered. Historians still debate whether Rongorongo was a genuine writing system or a ritual mnemonic device. But if it was a script created in total isolation, it would stand as one of the great intellectual achievements of the ancient world. So now, as you drift closer to sleep, imagine the sound of drums echoing across the hills, the chant of workers guiding a moai step by step, the hush that falls when a new guardian is raised, eyes painted watching over the land, and later, imagine the quiet, the long, lonely years when the statues were left behind, grass growing around their bases, eyes empty once more. They don't speak, but they watch, and maybe that's enough. The desert stretches before you in all directions, flat, barren, blinding. The sun beats down on cracked earth, and a gritty wind kicks dust into your face. There's no shade, no water, nothing to break the monotony. Until suddenly something changes. You climb a ridge, and below, etched across the plain like invisible ink suddenly revealed, are giant lines. Straight ones, curved ones, ones that form animals' plants and shapes only fully visible from far, far above. Welcome to the Nazca Lines, one of the most quietly baffling archaeological mysteries on Earth. You've seen photos probably. A monkey with a coiled tail, a spider with perfect proportions, a hummingbird so large it could only be appreciated from the sky. These aren't small carvings. Some figures stretch over 200 feet long, about 4 football fields in a row. And they weren't painted on, they were etched. Lines drawn by removing a thin layer of reddish desert rock to expose the lighter colored sand underneath. Simple technique, mind-bending execution. First, a little context. The Nazca people lived in this region of Peru between roughly 200 BCE and 800 CE. They were skilled artisans, known for their colorful, pottery-complex irrigation systems and underground aqueducts that still work today. But nothing has drawn more attention, more speculation, more helicopters than their mysterious geoglyphs, because from ground level, you can't see them. Not really. Stand beside one of the lines, and it just looks like a trench, a shallow furrow in the dust. But rise a few hundred feet, say in a plain or on one of the surrounding hills, and suddenly the whole image emerges as if pulled into focus by an ancient projector, which leads to the first question. How did they design them? Without airplanes, without satellites, without even a good view from a rooftop. And yet, the lines are geometrically precise. Perfectly straight lines run for miles, and the animal figures are drawn with elegant proportions and symmetry. Some researchers believe the Nazca used grids, staking out points with ropes and sticks and scaling them up like prehistoric architects. Experiments with students and string have shown that it's possible, but still possible doesn't make it less amazing. And then there's the purpose. What were they for? Some say they were astronomical markers aligned with solstices or constellations. The spider, for instance, has been linked to the Orion constellation. Certain lines point to where the sun rises or sets on specific days. Maybe the figures were part of a giant calendar tracking the seasons for planting and harvesting. Others argue they were ritual pathways, that the lines weren't meant to be seen from above at all but walked, like sacred circuits, pilgrimage routes, long meditative journeys where the act of walking the line was itself an offering. Some lines end at small shrines or ceremonial mounds, supporting the idea of spiritual processions. Then there are the water theories. The Nazca lived in a brutally dry region, less than an inch of rainfall per year. Water wasn't just a necessity, it was life itself. Some scholars think the lines represent underground water sources or were drawn as offerings to the gods for rain. The hummingbird, often a rain symbol in Andean culture, could be a prayer etched in stone, a request sent skyward. Still others believe the lines were a kind of giant art gallery, that they symbolized myths, clan symbols, or sacred animals in a way we just don't understand anymore. Not everything needs to be practical. Some things are just belief made visible. Of course, there are the alien theories too, popularized in the 1960s by writers like Erich von Däniken. The idea was that the lines were landing strips for extraterrestrial spacecraft. The animal shapes, messages to the gods above. After all, who else could have appreciated the scale but beings in the sky? Fun to imagine. But modern archaeologists aren't buying it. The lines aren't burned or pressed into the ground. They're scratched, carefully, patiently. And recent finds of wooden stakes still embedded in the desert floor suggest purely human construction. So if not aliens, then maybe pilgrims. In 2018, drone technology revealed new figures barely visible to the naked eye, etched into hillsides nearby. These weren't spotted before because they couldn't be seen from traditional flyover routes. They're older, more worn, and depict more fantastical creatures. Two-headed snakes, warriors, feline hybrids. They suggest that geoglyph carving evolved over centuries perhaps, starting small, growing grander over time. Even more intriguing is the discovery that many figures were redrawn or updated. Some lines were deepened. Others were straightened. There's evidence of communal effort, people returning to maintain or refresh the symbols as if recharging their power. But then, around 800 CE, the Nazca culture declined. Climate change, over-farming, earthquakes. Nobody knows for sure. What's left are the lines enduring defiant and increasingly fragile, because the desert that preserved them for centuries isn't invincible. In 2014, a Greenpeace stunt left footprints across part of a sacred glyph. In 2018, a truck driver ignoring signs drove across several lines, gouging ruts and symbols that had survived 1,000 years of wind and weather. It turns out the hardest thing for the Nazca lines to survive might not be time, but us. Thankfully, satellite mapping, drones, and AI have given archaeologists new tools. In 2022, a Japanese team discovered 168 new geoglyphs using aerial imaging and machine learning. Each new find helps expand our understanding of the symbolic world the Nazca once walked. And yet, despite all the scanning, mapping, and dating, the truth remains elusive. Historians still debate whether the lines were functional maps, spiritual messages, or something else entirely. We can track where they lead when they were carved, and even how, but the why still drifts just beyond reach, like a heat shimmer on the horizon. So as you sink into your pillow and your mind floats high above the desert, imagine yourself looking down. Below you, lines stretch in all directions. Spirals, trapezoids, monkeys, and whales, and plants that don't grow here anymore. You see not roads, but intentions. Not drawings, but prayers. They weren't meant to last, but they did. Maybe the gods saw them. Maybe they didn't. But now, you have. And maybe that's all the meaning we need. You're standing at the base of a mountain, and something doesn't quite add up. Not the view, it's stunning. Not the altitude you expected that. It's the mountain itself. Because this one doesn't just rise, it steps. Terraced and shaped with geometric precision, it looks less like a natural formation and more like an engineered structure, pretending to be part of the landscape. This is Gunung Padang, and if some researchers are right, it might be the oldest known pyramid in the world, located in West Java, Indonesia. Gunung Padang has been known for centuries as a sacred site. Locals call it the Mountain of Enlightenment. For decades, archaeologists believed it was just that, a natural hill, topped with megalithic terraces used by ancient Sundanese people for rituals around 500 BCE. Old, yes, but nothing earth-shattering. Then came the scans. In 2011, a team led by geologist Dr. Danny Hillman Natawijaja conducted ground-penetrating radar GPR surveys, seismic tomography, and core drilling. What they found underneath the terraces sent shockwaves through the archaeological community. Beneath the surface, layers beneath the visible stones and weathered columns lie structures, chambers, walls, layers of what appear to be man-made constructions. Not just boulders or natural formations, but stacked stonework reaching deep into the earth, potentially 100 feet or more. Radiocarbon samples from organic materials trapped within the construction return dates as early as 20,000 BCE. Let that sink in. That's older than Göbekli Tepe, older than Jericho, older than the Ice Age's final curtain call. If confirmed, it would mean that civilization, or at least some form of organized construction, existed at a time when humans were supposedly still hunting mammoths and worrying about how to chip stone into a passable blade. The implications are enormous and controversial. Many archaeologists are skeptical. They argue that the deeper layers might be natural geological formations, ancient lava flows mistaken for architecture. Others question the reliability of the radiocarbon dates, suggesting they may reflect organic contamination from later periods, not actual construction age. Historians still debate whether Gunung Padang is a pyramid-shaped hill with ceremonial terraces or a megalithic complex built over thousands of years buried under sediment, volcanic ash, and time. But one thing is undeniable: even the visible portion of the site is impressive. The upper terraces are laid out in rectangular formations with large andesite columns standing upright like massive stone piano keys. Some are laid flat to form steps or platforms. The arrangement isn't random, it's deliberate. The main axis of the site aligns roughly to the northwest, and some have suggested a solar alignment, although no consensus has been reached. And here's what's strange: the megaliths weren't quarried from nearby. They were transported. Some stones weigh several tons and were dragged from sources miles away. And this was done without the wheel, without metal tools, in terrain that's hilly, rugged, and wet for most of the year. The builders, whoever they were, wanted this site here, on this hill, for a reason. Locals believe the mountain holds spiritual power, that it is a place of prayer, a place where sky and earth meet. Stories passed down through generations speak of an ancient kingdom, a buried palace beneath the hill. Some legends claim a golden throne lies deep inside, sealed away by time and volcanic stone. Now mix those legends with seismic scans showing hollow spaces inside the hill, possibly chambers or rooms, and suddenly folklore doesn't feel so far off. If the underground layers truly are human-made, then we're talking about a multi-phase construction site, possibly built, rebuilt, and expanded over millennia. Imagine a sacred spot so revered that it was used by dozens of different cultures across thousands of years, each one adding their own layer like strata in the earth. A spiritual lasagna of civilizations. And yet, why does no one remember? There are no inscriptions, no written records, no artwork, just the stones, the terraces, and the mountain. Like so many other sites around the world, it was forgotten, buried, only rediscovered when curious eyes and modern tools began to peel back the surface. What makes Gunung Padang so haunting is how quiet it is. No towering statues, no elaborate glyphs, no golden treasures. Just the suggestion that someone, or many someones, once knew how to build with extraordinary precision and then let the jungle swallow it whole. In 2023, further studies with LiDAR and GPR revealed more anomalies, suggesting long walls, rectangular voids, and even tunnel-like features. The Indonesian government, once hesitant, has begun investing in new excavations. But the academic world remains split. Some call it the next big rewrite of human history. Others call it a geological fantasy. But the pattern is familiar, isn't it? We see a site that doesn't fit the timeline. We hesitate. We push it aside until the evidence grows loud enough to ignore. So tonight, as you lie still and the air cools around you, imagine standing on that hillside at sunrise. Mist drifting between ancient stones. A stillness so profound, it feels like the world is holding its breath. And under your feet, maybe 50, maybe 100 feet below the past is waiting. Not just the past we know, but the one we've forgotten. The one built in stone, then buried in silence. And maybe, just maybe, we're starting to listen again. The jungle pulses with heat, and the air is heavy with the smell of moss and wet stone. Somewhere nearby, a monkey screeches, but you barely notice, because in front of you, rising out of the Cambodian jungle like a dream wrapped in stone, is a temple so massive, so intricate, it feels like it should have taken 10 civilizations to build. You've arrived at Angkor Wat, one of the largest religious monuments on Earth. But this isn't just about scale. It's about precision, symmetry, mystery. Because behind the grandeur of towers and courtyards lies a question. How did they build this? And why does it still baffle us? Let's start with the basics. Angkor Wat was built in the early 12th century by King Sacsaywaman II, originally as a Hindu temple dedicated to Vishnu. Later, it transformed into a Buddhist site, reflecting the region's shifting spiritual currents. Today, it's a symbol of Cambodia. You'll find its spires on everything from flags to beer labels. But there's more going on here than national pride. Angkor Wat is a masterpiece of sacred engineering. The temple complex covers over 400 acres, a mini city, built with sandstone blocks, some weighing more than 1.5 tons each. The entire thing is surrounded by a moat, nearly 650 feet wide, which doubles as both protection and a reflection pool, mirroring the temple's iconic lotus bud towers in its still waters. How did they do it? The stones were quarried about 25 miles away, then floated down rivers on rafts. But once they arrived, they weren't just stacked. They were carved with impossibly delicate detail. Apsaras, celestial dancers, line the walls by the thousands each, with a unique headdress. Entire walls are covered in bas-reliefs depicting epics like the Ramayana and Mahabharata, carved so precisely that the grooves are less than a centimeter deep, and yet still crisp after 900 years. But the real magic, the alignment, Angkor Wat, isn't just plopped down in the jungle. It's positioned perfectly to the west, something rare for Hindu temples, which usually face east. Many believe this orientation connects it with death and the setting sun, suggesting that Angkor Wat was designed as a tomb temple for the king himself, a stairway to the heavens disguised as a city. And then there's the celestial geometry. In 1976, researcher Eleanor Manica proposed something radical, that Angkor Wat encodes cosmic time. According to her, the layout of the temple reflects the Hindu calendar. The number of towers, steps, and courtyards corresponds to solar and lunar cycles, the yugas or world ages described in ancient texts. For example, the central tower's height, 213 feet, corresponds with the radius of the earth-to-sky ratio. The distance from the entrance to the inner sanctum matches symbolic measures from Vedic cosmology. Even the number of steps between galleries mirrors ancient time cycles. Now, some scholars challenge these ideas. They argue that patterns can be found anywhere if you're looking hard enough. But even skeptics admit the precision is real. The builders weren't just stacking stones. They were encoding meaning into architecture. But here's where things get weirder. In recent decades, LiDAR technology, think of it as laser vision, for archaeologists has revealed something astonishing beneath the jungle canopy. Hidden around Angkor Wat is a sprawling urban landscape grid, systems, canals, reservoirs, and even suburban-style neighborhoods. We now know Angkor was the largest pre-industrial city in the world, home to possibly 1 million people at its peak. Let that settle for a second. 1 million people in the 12th century, living in a jungle metropolis with precise road systems and hydraulic engineering so advanced it rivals modern urban planning. They controlled water like few other civilizations before or since. Reservoirs called barays collected monsoon rain, while canals diverted water to rice fields, supporting massive year-round agriculture. It wasn't just farming, it was ecological mastery. But mastery can be fragile, because by the 15th century, Angkor was abandoned. Once again, the question why. For years, historians believed the city fell to invading Thai armies. But new evidence suggests something slower, more tragic, more human. LiDAR scans show that toward the end, the city's infrastructure began to break down. The canals clogged, the reservoirs silted. Some scholars believe climate change played a role, specifically a series of mega droughts followed by violent floods that overwhelmed their finely tuned water systems. Others suggest internal strife, religious upheaval, and dynastic collapse. As Buddhism gained dominance, the old Hindu temples fell into neglect. The city's political center shifted. The jungle crept in. And like many great cities, Angkor faded, not with fire, but with silence. Still, Angkor Wat remained. Monks continued to care for it. Pilgrims visited. It was never completely lost, only quieted. In the 19th century, European explorers rediscovered it, though locals never forgot. Since then, archaeologists have been trying to read its story from the stone. But here's something: no one has fully explained the construction technique. Unlike Egyptian pyramids or Incan walls, the Khmer builders didn't use mortar. Instead, they used an ancient glue-like resin to fit stones together. And in many places, the joints are still tight after centuries of heat rain and war. Some stones have even been found with microscopic traces of iron, suggesting they may have used magnetic principles in some sections. No one knows why. But it adds one more layer to the question: were they doing something we've forgotten how to understand? And then, of course, there's the imagery. Deep inside, the temple carvings of Hindu deities sit beside Buddhist symbols. One corner shows a god riding a turtle. Another depicts a churning cosmic ocean. And then, tucked away, where few eyes linger, you'll find something strange, what looks like a stegosaurus. Yes, you read that right. A carving on a temple wall, next to common animals, depicts a creature with plates on its back. Is it a stylized rhino? An elephant with fancy armor? A real dinosaur passed down through myth? Historians still debate whether it's a coincidence or something stranger, but it adds to the temple's air of mythic timelessness. So as you lie there, letting your breath slow, picture yourself walking through Angkor Wat at dawn. The sandstone glows gold. The reflection in the moat is perfect. And for just a moment, time doesn't feel linear. It feels layered, like the temple itself. You walk corridors carved by people who knew the stars, who built with numbers older than memory, who could shape waterstone and spear it into one seamless whole. And even now, 9 centuries later, they're still teaching us something. If we're quiet enough to listen, you're in the American Southwest now. The sun is low. The mesas stretch like frozen waves across the desert, and the air smells of sagebrush and dust. In the distance, orange cliffs rise sharply from the land, interrupted only by the soft geometric outlines of something unexpected: windows, doorways, rooms carved into stone. You're staring at the ancient cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde, and everything about them feels both familiar and utterly alien. Because this isn't just a village. It's a city built into the cliff face, tucked under vast overhangs, protected from wind and rain, suspended between sky and canyon. And the deeper you walk into these sun-dappled alcoves, the more impossible it seems. Not just that people lived here, but that they thrived here. Mesa Verde was home to the ancestral Puebloans, once known as the Anasazi, a word now considered outdated and to many inappropriate. These were the ancestors of modern Pueblo peoples, and for over 700 years, they built some of the most stunning architecture in North America. But what's strange is how late in their story the cliff dwellings appear. You see, the ancestral Puebloans didn't start in the cliffs. Their early settlements were built on mesa tops, wide and open, scattered with pit houses and later rectangular surface dwellings. They cultivated maize, beans, and squash. They dug reservoirs, built roads, and established trade routes that stretched from the Pacific coast to the Great Plains. Then around 1150 CE, everything changed. They moved into the cliffs. No one knows exactly why. It wasn't for ease. Climbing up and down sheer rock walls every day to fetch water or farm isn't exactly a time saver. It wasn't for lack of space either. The mesas were still open and fertile. So why the move? One theory is defense. The 12th century was a time of drought, population pressure, and possibly raiding. Moving into cliff alcoves would have made communities easier to defend. Entrances could be narrowed, access routes controlled. Another theory is spiritual. The cliffs might have held ceremonial importance with the architecture itself, symbolizing a closer connection to ancestors, gods, or the underworld. But regardless of why, the how is equally mind-boggling. Take Cliff Palace, the largest dwelling in Mesa Verde. Built into a natural alcove over 215 feet long and 90 feet deep, it contains more than 150 rooms and 23 kivas, circular ceremonial chambers. Some of the walls rise 3 stories high, and every stone, timber, and adobe mortar was hauled up from the canyon floor or down from the mesa top. The construction was sophisticated. Sandstone blocks were shaped with hammerstones and fitted together with mud mortar. Wooden beams supported upper floors and roofs. Plaster was smoothed over walls and painted. Some rooms still bear traces of red, white, and yellow pigment, faded echoes of daily life and sacred rites. And the layout wasn't random. Rooms were arranged around kivas, each equipped with a fire pit ventilation shaft and a symbolic sipapu, a small hole representing the ancestral passage from the spirit world. These weren't just gathering places, they were the spiritual heart of the community. Despite their location, the cliff dwellings weren't hidden. They faced south, capturing winter sunlight for warmth while staying cool in summer. The overhangs shielded them from rain and snow. It was natural architecture at its most efficient, yet by 1300 CE they were empty, not destroyed, not overrun, simply vacated. This mass departure wasn't isolated to Mesa Verde. Across the Four Corners region from Chaco Canyon to Kayenta, entire communities relocated. The people didn't vanish. They migrated, becoming the ancestors of the modern Hopi, Zuni, Acoma, and other Puebloan peoples. But the question remains, why abandoned cities they spent centuries building? The most widely accepted answer is a prolonged drought, supported by dendrochronology tree ring data showing that the 13th century brought decades of aridity. Crops failed, reservoirs dried, game grew scarce. Without sustainable resources, entire populations were forced to seek better conditions elsewhere. Others suggest social upheaval as communities strained under pressure. Perhaps religious shifts or leadership disputes fractured once unified clans. Evidence of burned structures and unburied remains in some sites suggests conflict may have played a role, though Mesa Verde itself shows little sign of warfare. Historians still debate whether climate violence or cultural transformation was the primary driver. It was likely all three, a slow unraveling rather than a sudden collapse. But even as they left, the people didn't forget. The cliff dwellings became sacred spaces, ancestral places, remembered in stories and honored in ceremony. Pueblo oral traditions speak of migrations of clans moving south and east, guided by stars and spirits to new homes. Mesa Verde wasn't the end. It was a chapter, and even now, walking through the ruins, you can feel the echoes. There's a room where a corn grinder still rests, a niche with handprints pressed into ancient plaster. The soot of old fires still blackens ceilings where families once gathered. It doesn't feel abandoned. It feels paused. And here's something most people miss. The ancestral Puebloans weren't isolated. Recent studies have uncovered trade items from hundreds of miles away. Turquoise from the Tsodilo Hills seashells, from the Gulf of California macaw feathers from Central America. They weren't just building in cliffs. They were connected to a vast continental network. Their architecture, art, and astronomy show deep knowledge passed down and passed on. And speaking of astronomy, many structures at Mesa Verde align with solar and lunar cycles. Certain windows light up only on the summer solstice. Others mark the moon's 18.6-year cycle. It wasn't just survival, it was observation, reverence. The cliffs were classrooms and calendars. So, as you close your eyes tonight, imagine sitting at the edge of a kiva, the fire crackling, the canyon silent, but for the whisper of wind. A child listening to stories passed down from before the cliffs. A story about the sun, about the rain, about how one day it would be time to leave. And when they did, they left nothing behind but stone, shadow, and memory waiting for you. The grass is cool beneath your feet, and a gentle breeze rustles through the nearby oaks. It feels peaceful, almost too peaceful for what you're looking at. Because stretched across the hill in front of you, so subtle it nearly disappears into the land, is a perfect slithering figure. A giant serpent, coiled and undulating head pointed toward the setting sun. It's not a statue, not carved. It's made entirely of earth, and it's massive. Welcome to the Great Serpent Mound, one of the strangest and most misunderstood earthworks in North America. Located in modern-day Ohio, this ancient effigy stretches over 1,300 feet in length, with a body that winds in 7 graceful curves and a spiral-shaped tail. The serpent's head faces due west, and at summer solstice, the sun sets directly over it. That's not a coincidence. But who built it and why? That's where the mystery begins. For decades, archaeologists debated the age of the mound. Early theories credited the Adena culture, dating it to around 1000 BCE, based on burial mounds nearby. Later radiocarbon dating suggested it might have been built much later, around 1070 CE, by the Fort Ancient culture. Some even think it was built and then renovated, used and reused by multiple cultures over centuries. Historians still debate which group was the original architect, but all agree this wasn't just a pile of dirt. It was a sacred design, carefully shaped and maintained, encoded with symbolism and astronomy. Take the serpent's open mouth. It isn't just a decorative flourish, it's swallowing or perhaps birthing an egg-shaped mound. Some interpret this as a solar or lunar symbol, others as a mythological image of creation. Around the world, snakes are associated with rebirth cycles, fertility, even the underworld. And in many Native American traditions, the serpent is a powerful cosmic being, often tied to the sky or the spirit world. But here's what makes the Serpent Mound so eerie. It wasn't used for burials. Unlike nearby mounds filled with human remains, this one seems purely ceremonial. It wasn't a tomb, it was a message. And then there's the math. The curves in the serpent's body correspond with lunar phases. One interpretation suggests that each bend marks a key moment in the moon's 18.6-year cycle, an incredibly precise astronomical period. To observe this, you'd need decades of sky watching and accurate record keeping. Not bad for a culture with no written language. Other researchers have pointed out solar alignments. On the summer solstice, the sun sets precisely at the serpent's head. On the winter solstice, it aligns with one of the tail coils. Coincidence? Hardly. This was a calendar made of earth, a living diagram, and it had to be maintained. Its edges shaped its body, cleared its symbolism, preserved, which means it wasn't just built once and abandoned. It was tended, loved, remembered, and then slowly forgotten. European settlers stumbled upon the mound in the 1800s, unsure what to make of it. Some thought it was built by lost Israelites, or ancient Egyptians, or even Atlanteans. The idea that native cultures had created something so sophisticated didn't fit the prejudices of the time. Even today, the Serpent Mound gets overshadowed by pyramids, ziggurats, and stone cities. But what it lacks in vertical height, it makes up for in cosmic depth. Because you're not supposed to look at it, you're supposed to look from it, to the stars, to the sun, to the moon's dance across generations. And the location itself also deliberate. The mound sits atop a geological anomaly, a ring-shaped uplift caused by either an ancient meteor impact or a deeply buried volcanic structure. Either way, the ground here is charged, rich in magnetic minerals, slightly radioactive, and seismically distinct from the surrounding area. In a sense, the land hums. Indigenous oral traditions speak of this region as sacred a place where the earth and sky meet, where visions happen, where the old powers live. The mound wasn't built on a whim, it was placed with intention. And here's where the rabbit hole deepens. In 2017, researchers using LiDAR scanning discovered that the Serpent Mound is part of a larger pattern surrounding hills, and ridges appear aligned in ways that suggest a broader ceremonial landscape, now obscured by forests and farms. The serpent, it turns out, might be just one symbol in a whole cosmological map etched into the terrain. Some believe it was part of a pilgrimage route. Others think it marked a gathering place where different clans came to perform seasonal rituals, tell stories, and renew ancient bonds. It may have been used once a year, or once every 19 years. We don't know. But we do know people kept coming back, and then something changed, whether due to war, drought migration, or cultural transformation. The mound fell out of use. Grass took over. The snake went still. By the time the first Europeans arrived, the knowledge had faded. The mound remained, but the memory didn't, until now. Today, native groups across the Midwest are reclaiming the Serpent Mound's legacy, honoring it as part of their cultural inheritance. Ceremonies are held again. Stories are told. The site, once dismissed as just a pile of dirt, has become sacred once more. So, as you lie back and drift off, picture the stars wheeling above a quiet hill in Ohio. Imagine a fire burning near the serpent's tail, a circle of people watching the horizon for the rising moon. A song is sung, a drum is played, and when the solstice sun touches the serpent's brow, someone, maybe a child, understands for the first time that they are part of something eternal. The earth remembers, even when we forget. Even when the sky changes, the serpent waits, always facing west, always waiting for the light to return. You're in the desert again, this time standing on a sun-baked plateau in southern Peru. The wind is dry, the sky endless, and the red stones at your feet shimmer in the heat. But they're not random. They're laid out like walls, tiers, roads. You're staring at a place called Caral. And if you've never heard of it, don't worry. That's part of the mystery. Because this isn't just some forgotten ruin. This is the oldest known city in the Americas. And until the late 1990s, almost nobody knew it existed. Caral lies in the Soup Valley, about 100 miles north of Lima. At first glance, it doesn't look like much. No towering statues, no dramatic carvings. But what it lacks in flash, it makes up for in sheer audacity. This city was built around 2600 BCE, roughly the same time as the Great Pyramids of Egypt and the first bricks of Stonehenge. Let that settle for a moment. While Mesopotamia was inventing writing and the Nile was rising around Giza, people here without pottery, without warfare, without beasts of burden, were building pyramids out of stone and earth. Not one, not two, but 6 major pyramids, the largest rising 60 feet above the desert floor. And this is what makes Caral so compelling. It rewrites the timeline. For years, scholars believed that complex civilization in the Americas began around 1200 BCE with the Olmecs. Then came Caral, calmly, silently buried beneath centuries of sand, and said, "Nope, we were here long before." But how did they do it? The people of Caral didn't have metal tools. They didn't have ceramics. They didn't even leave behind written language. And yet, they engineered large-scale public works with mathematical precision. They built wide plazas, sunken circular courtyards, amphitheaters, multi-tiered residences, and irrigation canals, all from stone and woven reed bags filled with rubble. These shikra bags, as they're called, were used to stabilize the pyramid cores. It's a form of construction, both simple and elegant, lightweight, flexible, earthquake-resistant, and they were doing it nearly 5,000 years ago. But even more fascinating than how they built is why. Caral shows no evidence of warfare, no weapons, no fortifications, no mass graves from conflict. In fact, many believe this society was organized not around kings or conquest, but around trade, agriculture, and religion. At the heart of the city are ceremonial complexes, altars where offerings of shells, feathers, and burned plant remains were discovered. Musical instruments, flutes made of condor bones, antler-like trumpets, and panpipes suggest music and ritual were central to life here. And the city's layout. It appears to follow cosmological principles. Buildings face specific cardinal directions. Pyramids are aligned with celestial events. A sunken plaza acts like a giant eye to the sky. The design doesn't just accommodate life, it mirrors the cosmos. But Caral wasn't isolated. Archaeologists have found evidence of long-distance trade. Cotton and gourds from the coast, quinoa and beans from the highlands, spondylus shells from Ecuador. They even cultivated cotton not for clothes, but for making fishing nets. They'd trade these nets with coastal fishermen for dried fish, forming an early economic network that bound together valley, mountain, and sea. It was a system built not on domination, but on reciprocity. And yet there's something unsettling here too. Something that doesn't quite fit. Because for a city so old, so advanced, so peaceful, it vanished. By around 1800 BCE, Caral was largely abandoned. Not violently, not suddenly, but steadily. The buildings fell silent. The plazas emptied. The reed bags crumbled into sand. Why? Climate is the main suspect. Geological data suggests a period of severe droughts struck the region around that time, disrupting agriculture and trade. Without stable food or water, the social fabric frayed. Caral faded not in flames, but in whispers. But here's where it gets wild. No one remembered it. Unlike other ancient cities, whose memory lived on in story or myth, Caral was completely erased from cultural memory. It lay buried and nameless until Peruvian archaeologist Ruth Shady began excavating the site in the 1990s. What she uncovered was so unexpected, so radical, that many doubted it could be as old as she claimed. But the carbon dating didn't lie. Neither did the flutes, or the charred food remnants, or the quipu fragments. Yes, even that. Quipus, you ask? Those strange strings used by the later Inca to record numbers and possibly even language, a precursor version was found at Caral. If confirmed, it would push the history of complex data recording in South America back by millennia. And that raises the biggest question of all. What else are we missing? How many cities like Caral have vanished beneath riverbeds, forests, or urban sprawl? How many timelines are waiting to be rewritten? Because if Caral teaches us anything, it's that civilization isn't a straight line. It's a cycle, a tide. It rises, recedes, and sometimes returns in disguise. So now, lying still in your own quiet chamber of the night picture, Caral, as it once was, a city without kings, without war, with music drifting from bone flutes over terraced pyramids, with traders hauling nets of fish up from the coast and bundles of cotton down from the fields, with people gathering in a circular plaza to watch the sun rise perfectly between twin towers of stone. And somewhere, deep beneath the sand, that music still echoes. Not loud, not clear, but there, waiting to be heard again. It's cold here. Not the crisp mountain air kind of cold. This is something deeper, older. You're far to the north now, surrounded by snow rock and wind that howls like it remembers things you've never learned. But here under a leaden sky lies one of the world's greatest archaeological riddles, the Sacsaywaman fortress. A name that's fun to say, but much harder to explain. Perched above the city of Cusco in Peru's Sacsaywaman is more than just a ruined wall. It's a monumental structure made of megalithic stones, some weighing over 300 tons. And they're not stacked casually. They're fitted together with such baffling precision that you can't even slide a sheet of paper between them. No mortar, no wiggle room, just impossibly perfect joins between stones the size of trucks. You run your hand along one of the boulders. It's not even rectangular. Many of the stones are irregular polygons, each with multiple sides and corners carved to interlock perfectly with its neighbors. Like ancient 3D Tetris, except the pieces weigh more than a locomotive. The Inca are officially credited with building Sacsaywaman in the 15th century. They were master stoneworkers, engineers, and planners, so it makes sense, right? Except there's something off, because even the Spanish conquistadors, who dismantled much of the site to build their colonial churches in Cusco, wrote that the fortress was already ancient when they arrived. The stones were too large to move, too expertly placed to match the rest of the Incas' more modest constructions. And that's where the mystery begins. Some researchers believe Sacsaywaman was built in phases with earlier unknown cultures laying the massive foundation stones and the Inca building on top. Others argue that the Inca simply inherited stoneworking techniques that have since been lost methods that allowed them to cut and polish stone with such skill that it appears laser-carved even today. Historians still debate whether the Inca possessed tools advanced enough for this kind of work, or whether some now-forgotten process, perhaps involving abrasives heating and cooling cycles, or even sound, was used to shape the rocks. But let's be honest, we still don't really know how they did it, because here's the kicker. Some of these stones weren't just moved a few feet. They were transported from quarries over 20 miles away, across rugged mountainous terrain. No wheels, no draft animals, just ramps, logs, and human muscle if the traditional theories are to be believed. And the result? Not just a wall, but zigzagging ramparts that snake across the plateau like lightning bolts in stone. They weren't just defensive, they were symbolic. Some believe the entire layout was meant to represent the head of a puma, with Cusco forming the body. In Andean cosmology, the puma was a sacred animal tied to strength, leadership, and the earthly realm. So yes, this was more than military. It was cosmic architecture. But we haven't even touched the oddities yet. Some stones at Sacsaywaman have mysterious carvings, serpentine-shaped stair patterns, and niches cut into the face of the rock. One especially bizarre feature is a series of concentric rounded indentations, like seats melted into stone. No one knows what they were for. Meditation, ceremony, astronomical observation, or just places to sit and watch the sun set over the Andes. Then there are the legends. Local Quechua traditions speak of giants who once walked the land, beings of immense strength who moved stones like pebbles. Others speak of a golden age when gods taught people how to mold rock as easily as clay. Some even whisper of piedra blanda, a mythical softening agent that temporarily made stone pliable like wet dough. Fantasy maybe, but you try carving a 300-ton stone into a 12-sided polygon using stone tools, and then tell me myth doesn't sometimes smell like truth. In the 20th century, explorers like Percy Fawcett and theorists like Graham Hancock popularized the idea that Sacsaywaman and other Andean megaliths might predate the Inca by thousands of years. They pointed to erosion patterns, architectural inconsistencies, and oral histories that suggest a much deeper timeline. But without written records, we're left with speculation and stone. Lots and lots of stone. Interestingly, the site isn't just large, it's resilient. Peru sits on the Pacific Ring of Fire, a seismically unstable zone. Earthquakes have leveled cities throughout the Andes, but Sacsaywaman still standing. The polygonal blocks with their interlocking faces and lack of mortar move slightly during tremors, then settle back into place. It's ancient earthquake engineering, smarter than modern concrete in some ways, and yet the site was never completed. You can see abandoned stones still sitting in quarries nearby. You can trace paths they likely took, but then stopped. Maybe the arrival of the Spanish halted construction. Maybe it was already a ruin by then. Maybe the people who started it had long since disappeared. Today, only about 20% of the original structure remains. The rest was dismantled by colonists. But even in ruin, Sacsaywaman radiates power. You can feel it in your bones. You can hear it in the way the wind seems to hush when you step between the stones. And every so often, a new piece of the puzzle surfaces. In recent years, drone photography and ground-penetrating radar have revealed subterranean chambers and potential tunnels beneath the site. Some link these to stories of a hidden network stretching all the way from Sacsaywaman to Machu Picchu, a kind of underground royal road. It's mostly myth. But myths, as we've seen, have a habit of turning into headlines. So now, as you lie in your bed, drifting towards sleep, think of those stones. Think of the echo of footsteps in corridors long collapsed, of builders who measured the stars while shaping the earth, of tools we don't understand, techniques we've forgotten, and intentions we still can't read. Because Sacsaywaman isn't just a ruin. It's a message in stone, written in a language we almost remember. Maybe it's a fortress. Maybe it's a throne. Or maybe it's something older still, something waiting for us to ask better questions. And when we do, the stones might just start speaking again. Now, you're walking along a flat, sun-baked plain in southern Turkey, where the land is dry, the grass sparse, and the breeze carries the faint scent of dust and wild herbs. You wouldn't expect much out here. Just a hill, a bump on the landscape. Locals called it Potbelly Hill, or Göbekli Tepe in Turkish. For centuries, that's all it was, an unassuming mound poking out of the earth. But then came the shovels. And underneath that dusty rise, a structure that didn't just bend history, it shattered it. Welcome to Göbekli Tepe, the oldest known monumental temple complex in the world. Built around 9600 BCE, that's over 11,000 years ago. Let that number sink in. This site is so ancient, it predates Stonehenge by 6,000 years. It predates the pyramids by 7,000 years. Heck, it predates agriculture, or so we thought. So how did a culture of supposed hunter-gatherers, people without cities, without pottery, without the wheel, create a temple complex with megalithic, T-shaped stone pillars, each weighing up to 20 tons, some standing over 18 feet tall, arranged in precisely aligned circles? Good question. One we still haven't fully answered. Discovered in the 1990s by German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, Göbekli Tepe flipped the old assumptions upside down. Instead of religion being the result of agriculture and city building, here was evidence that religion, ritual, symbolism temples may have come first. That belief itself could have driven people to gather, settle, and eventually farm. The layout is jaw-dropping. Circular enclosures, each centered around a pair of towering stone pillars, form a kind of sacred gathering space. These aren't just rough-hewn rocks. The pillars are sculpted, carved with stunning detail: foxes, boars, snakes, cranes, even abstract humanoid figures with arms folded across their bellies. The images are vivid, intentional, symbolic. Some of the carvings are in relief, meaning the figures protrude from the stone. That takes real skill. Tools were likely made of flint, sharp enough to chip away the hard limestone, but nothing like bronze or steel. And yet the craftsmanship is on par with far later civilizations. What's more eerie, the place has no signs of habitation. No homes, no kitchens, no burials, no farms, just temples, ritual enclosures, a place to gather and to worship something. But what? Some believe Göbekli Tepe was a temple to the sky, with astronomical alignments pointing to stars and solstices. Others suggest it was a shamanic center, a meeting point for different tribes, where myths were told, bonds renewed, and the boundaries between worlds were thinned. Historians still debate whether it was religious, astronomical, social, or all of the above. One intriguing theory points to the presence of headless figures among the carvings. Some believe Göbekli Tepe was part of an ancient death cult, a center for rituals involving ancestor worship, or even sky burials, where the dead were left to the vultures before their bones were buried elsewhere. Sound grim, maybe, but not unusual in ancient belief systems. In fact, vulture imagery appears repeatedly in early Neolithic art, suggesting a worldview where death, transformation, and the stars were tightly linked. But here's what really messes with the brain after using the site for perhaps 1,000 years. They buried it, yes, intentionally, carefully, with hundreds of tons of rubble. They didn't abandon it. They entombed it, preserved it beneath layers of earth and debris, as if to say, this was important. Seal it up. Maybe it was a ritual closure. Maybe they feared something. Maybe they believed its time had passed and a new age had begun. Whatever the reason, that burial preserved the site perfectly. The carvings remain crisp. The stones still stand. And that's just the part we've uncovered. Because here's the wildest part of all. What we've seen is just 5% of the entire complex. Ground-penetrating radar shows dozens of additional circles and megalithic features still buried under the hill. Whole sections of the temple remain hidden waiting. Every dig season adds a new piece to the puzzle. Every layer takes us further back into the forgotten dawn of human culture. And there are hints, just hints, that Göbekli Tepe may not have been alone. Other sites in the region, Karahan Tepe, Nevela Chori, Sefer Tepe, have similar features. T-shaped pillars, animal carvings, circular enclosures, all dating from the same mind-blowing window of 9,000, 10,000 BCE. It seems southeastern Turkey was once a hub of something enormous. A culture, a belief system, maybe even a shared cosmology that stretched across early humanity's awakening. And yet, nobody knows what they called themselves. No writing, no spoken words preserved. Just stone and silence. Some fringe theorists naturally leap to alien intervention. Others point to a lost advanced civilization, perhaps a remnant of what existed before the end of the last ice age. While those ideas aren't mainstream, they highlight just how disruptive Göbekli Tepe is to the historical timeline. It doesn't fit neatly into any known box, which is probably why so many people ignore it. We're still more comfortable thinking the story began with Mesopotamia. That progress moved in one straight line cave. Hut, village, city, empire. But Göbekli Tepe reminds us there may have been other paths, forgotten ones, buried just beneath the surface. So as you fall deeper into the softness of sleep, picture those ancient circles, people gathering around fires, drums echoing against carved pillars, foxes and snakes dancing in flickering shadow, a hand resting gently on cold stone saying goodbye before sealing it all away. And for 11,000 years, the earth kept that promise. It held the memory. And only now do we remember again. The sky above is endless and pale, stretching over miles of green hills in County Meath, Ireland. The breeze carries the scent of rain and heather, and everything feels ancient, even the air. Ahead of you, rising from the grass, like a slumbering beast, is a massive mound of stone and earth. It's older than the pyramids, older than Stonehenge. And when the sun rises on the shortest day of the year, something magical happens. You're standing before Newgrange, a prehistoric monument built around 3200 BCE, making it more than 5,000 years old. And yes, it's still working. At first glance, Newgrange looks like a large hill, domed and covered in grass, with a ring of standing stones around its base. But step closer, and you'll see the massive curbstones circling it, many etched with mysterious spirals, diamonds, and concentric patterns that seem to ripple across the surface like echoes from another world. And there at the front is a passage, narrow, low-ceilinged, dark. You duck inside. The air grows colder, stiller. The passage stretches for over 60 feet, gradually rising until you reach a central chamber with a corbelled stone ceiling, so perfectly constructed it's never leaked, not once in 5 millennia. This wasn't a tomb hastily thrown together. It was crafted with intention, with vision, with mystery. Inside the chamber are 3 stone basins placed like altars, and for most of the year they sit in darkness. But on the winter solstice, something miraculous happens. A beam of sunlight, only on that one day, pierces through a narrow slit above the passage entrance and travels all the way into the heart of the chamber, illuminating it in golden light. This isn't an accident, it's astronomical precision. A prehistoric flashlight designed to mark the return of the sun, a calendar carved into the land, and that's when the questions begin. Who built this? How did they move those massive stones, some weighing over 10 tons, from quarries miles away, without wheels or beasts of burden? How did they align the passage so perfectly with the solstice sun? And most of all, why? Historians still debate whether Newgrange was a tomb, a temple, or something else entirely. Human remains have been found inside cremated bones in the stone basins, but only fragments. No grand burials, no kings, just whispers of ceremony. It's possible that the site was used for ritual rebirth. The return of the sun after the longest night might have symbolized resurrection, with the dead waiting in darkness to be reawakened by the light. Or maybe the people of Newgrange believed in solar deities gods who slept during the cold season and were reborn each year. The chamber could have been a womb, a place where light and life returned together. But the truth is, we don't really know. And then there are the carvings all around the site, on stone's walls and curbs or spirals. Endless spirals, some single, some triple. No one's sure what they meant. Are they representations of the sun, the moon, the journey of life, the cycle of death and rebirth? Some researchers believe the triple spiral or triskel symbolizes the three worlds in Celtic mythology: land, sea, and sky, or birth, death, and renewal. Others think it's just abstract art, a hypnotic swirl meant to guide the spirit. Still others suggest the spirals represent psychedelic visions, symbols seen during altered states of consciousness. Perhaps Newgrange wasn't just a calendar or a tomb. Perhaps it was a place for spiritual journeys, a kind of ancient portal. And here's where it gets eerie. The people who built Newgrange left no written language, no records, no myths survived in their words. The monument predates Celtic culture by thousands of years, and yet, later Irish legends speak of a place called Brúna Boinn, a dwelling of gods, a site of magic, the home of the Tuatha Dé Danann, the mythical race of divine beings who ruled Ireland before fading into the hills. Could Newgrange be the root of those myths? Did the stories survive even after the builders were forgotten? It wouldn't be the first time memory outlived the language. Even the acoustics inside the chamber suggest otherworldliness. Sounds bounce and amplify in strange ways. A single voice can fill the space like a choir. Some researchers believe chanting music or drumming may have played a role in the ceremonies. Echoes as offerings. And then there's the light. On the solstice, only 17 minutes of sunlight enter the chamber. That's it, a narrow window. And yet the people of Newgrange spent generations building and aligning the structure just to capture that moment. Imagine the reverence, the patience to track the sun's movement year after year, to dig into the earth and stack stone upon stone, to wait in the cold and dark for a beam of light. That's devotion. That's belief. That's something we might never fully understand. And now, the light still shines. Each year, a small group of lucky visitors are selected by lottery to witness the solstice sunrise from inside the chamber. Cameras have captured it, but no image does it justice. To sit in utter darkness and then watch the light arrive, slowly, deliberately, like a promise kept, that's something else entirely. It's not just a marvel, it's a message from a people who lived before the Bronze Age, before wheels, before books. They looked at the sky, at the land, and at each other, and they built something that would outlast them all. So, as you lie there, eyes closed, think of the sun buried in cold, wrapped in darkness, and then on the shortest day returning. Not loud, not quick, but steady, just like memory, just like meaning. Maybe you'll dream of spirals, of stone chambers, of light creeping through narrow passageways, of people standing in the cold, watching the horizon for the return of hope. Because Newgrange isn't just a monument, it's a heartbeat carved in stone. And somehow, it's still beating. You stand in the middle of a vast, windswept steppe. The air is thin, the sky impossibly wide, and the landscape rolls in muted shades of gold and gray. Around you, in the middle of nowhere, are stones. Tall, jagged, upright stones arranged in deliberate patterns. Lines, circles, clusters. Some etched with ancient markings. Most are just silent. You've arrived at Archaeum, often called Russia's Stonehenge, though that's barely scratching the surface. Tucked in the southern Urals near the border with Kazakhstan, Archaeum was a lost city. It lay hidden beneath farmland until 1987, when Soviet plans to flood the valley for a reservoir led to emergency excavations. What archaeologists found changed the historical map of Eurasia forever. Because Archaeum wasn't just a settlement, it was a fortified city complete with circular walls, multi-room homes, and a layout aligned with the stars. And it's 4,000 years old. That makes it roughly contemporary with Babylon, the Great Pyramids, and the Indus Valley Civilization. But while those places are household names, Archaeum remained unknown for millennia, forgotten by history, hidden by time. Let's break it down. The city is circular, with two concentric walls made of clay and wood, strengthened by burnt bricks and trenches. The outer ring housed dwellings, about 60 small units, all uniform like early apartment blocks. Each home had its own hearth well and drainage system, an advanced feature for Bronze Age living. The inner ring held ceremonial spaces, and at the very core, an open central square believed to be the city's spiritual or administrative heart. But here's the kicker. The entire layout appears to follow astronomical principles. The orientation of the gates, the alignment of structures, and the spacing of outer stones all point to solar and lunar events. Some researchers argue that Archaeum could track the summer and winter solstices, the equinoxes, and even the complex 18.6-year lunar cycle. It wasn't just a town, it was a calendar you could live in. And this wasn't a fluke. More than 20 similar circular settlements called the Sintashta Archaeum culture have been found across the region, forming what some call the country of towns. These weren't mud huts. They were planned cities with streets, fortifications, metallurgy workshops, and ritual centers. In other words, a civilization. But if it was so advanced, why did it vanish? That's where the mystery begins. The Archaeum culture flourished for about 300 years, then disappeared. No sign of invasion, no major fires, just silence. Some scholars blame climate change. Perhaps the rivers dried or the land became overgrazed. Others suggest gradual migration as people moved toward the steppes of Central Asia, eventually merging with other groups. Historians still debate whether Archaeum was a cradle of Indo-European culture or just one of many independent centers of development, but its design, metallurgy, and ritual complexity suggest it was not primitive. In fact, its astronomical sophistication has drawn comparisons to Stonehenge, Teotihuacan, even Machu Picchu. And here's where it gets weirder. In the early 2000s, Russian esoteric thinkers and mystics latched onto Archaeum, calling it the Russian Atlantis. Some claimed it was the original homeland of the Aryans, a word with complex and controversial baggage. Others believed the city was connected to Vedic astronomy, pointing out similarities in the layout to the mandalas described in ancient Indian texts. Even the Russian government got involved. In 2005, Archaeum was declared a national treasure, and President Putin paid a personal visit, fueling rumors of its symbolic importance. But academic archaeologists tend to be more cautious. There's no conclusive link between Archaeum and the Vedic texts. There's no proof of advanced mathematics beyond what other Bronze Age cultures achieved. And while the site is aligned to celestial events, it's hard to say whether that was intentional astronomy or just good orientation for light and warmth. Still, the precision is hard to ignore. And even more strange, the stones sing, not metaphorically. When the wind moves through the circular walls, a low hum vibrates across the plain. Locals say it's the ancestors whispering. Others say it's the sound of the cosmos. Either way, it adds to the feeling that this place isn't just ruins, it's a resonant memory. So, who were these people? They were metal workers. Evidence of bronze tools molds and slag heaps suggests they had mastered metallurgy. They were horse breeders. Some of the earliest known examples of horse-drawn chariots come from this region. They were builders, observers of the stars, and perhaps storytellers. Some of the markings found on Archaeum stones resemble early symbolic language circles, crosses radiating lines. No one's cracked the code if there is one. But it's possible these were signs of ritual cycles, family crests, or cosmic maps. What's more, the bones found nearby tell a curious story. People here were tall, healthy, and long-lived for their time. They buried their dead with care, sometimes in fetal positions, sometimes under mounds with tools, ornaments, and even sacrificed animals. These weren't warlords or conquerors. They were guardians of a cosmic rhythm, living in harmony with cycles both solar and lunar. And then, gone. Their cities fell silent. The steppe took them back. The grass grew over the walls. And for thousands of years, no one remembered, until a bulldozer almost erased them again. So as you rest now, feeling the weight of your own time dissolve, imagine standing at Archaeum during the summer solstice. The sun cresting over the eastern gate, shadows aligning perfectly with the outer walls, drums beating in the distance, children laughing, elders praying, a fire burning in the central square, a civilization synced not with conquest, but with the sky. And maybe, just maybe, the hum of the wind through the stones is more than weather. Maybe it's memory, maybe it's song, because some cities weren't built to last. They were built to remember. And Archaeum remembers, even if we're only just starting to hear it. The ground beneath you feels hard, unforgiving, and full of secrets. You're deep in the highlands of Guatemala, now surrounded by jungle so thick it hums. Somewhere nearby, a howler monkey shouts into the void, and birds dart like flickers of memory through the canopy. But what catches your attention isn't the sound, it's the rising stone temple ahead. Angular, majestic, covered in moss and mystery. This is El Mirador, one of the largest and oldest Maya cities ever discovered. And yet for centuries, it remained lost under the trees. It was only in the late 20th century that archaeologists began to fully grasp what lay beneath this section of the Petén Basin. And even now, most of it is still swallowed by forest. From above, the jungle looks untouched. But when you scan it with LiDAR laser technology that peels back the vegetation, what emerges is staggering. Massive pyramids, causeways, canals, reservoirs, entire cityscapes built thousands of years before the more famous Maya cities like Tikal and Palenque. El Mirador flourished between 1000 BCE and 150 CE, making it one of the earliest major urban centers in the Americas. At its height, it covered nearly 10 square miles, with a population in the tens of thousands, maybe more. And at the heart of it stood something colossal. The La Danta Pyramid, named after the local tapir, or Danta, is one of the largest pyramids in the world by volume, bigger than the Great Pyramid of Giza. From base to summit, it rises 230 feet, built in tiers of stone and earth hidden for centuries beneath layers of mud roots and vines. And here's what's strange. La Danta was built when the Maya were supposedly still developing. No cities, no writing, no complex calendars, just farmers and village dwellers. Except, that's not what the ruins say. What they built here wasn't just big, it was complex. Monumental architecture, carefully aligned plazas, water management systems, and early forms of Maya iconography. El Mirador challenges the entire timeline of Maya civilization. It says, in quiet defiance, we were sophisticated long before you thought we were, and then it was abandoned. By around 150 CE, El Mirador fell into decline. The grand temples were left to the trees. The jungle took it back, and for over 1,000 years, the city vanished. So what happened? Historians still debate. Some believe the reason lies in the landscape itself. The Maya here practiced a form of agriculture called intensive swidden farming, which involved slashing and burning jungle to plant crops. Over time, this may have eroded the fragile limestone soil, leading to deforestation, food shortages, and eventual collapse. Others think it was political. Rival cities may have drawn people and power away. Still, others suggest climate change, a centuries-long drought, strained an already delicate system. It was probably all of the above, but El Mirador wasn't the end. It was a beginning, a prototype, a template. Later Maya cities borrowed its layout, its road systems, its mythology, even its celestial alignments. Because yes, El Mirador was looking at the sky too. Like many Maya sites, its temples are aligned with astronomical events, the solstices, the equinoxes, the movement of Venus, which played a huge role in Maya cosmology. These weren't just temples. They were observatories, calendars made of stone, and the architecture whispered stories. The Maya believed in a three-part universe: the sky above the middle world of humans and the watery underworld below. Pyramids like La Danta were cosmic mountains linking all three realms. The temples atop them weren't just sacred, they were literal bridges between earth and heaven. But here's where things get eerie. Lighter imaging in the 2010s revealed that El Mirador was connected by massive causeways, stone highways running for miles through the jungle, linking it to other sites. One of them stretches nearly 25 miles in a perfect straight line. That's not just engineering. That's vision, and yet, for all its grandeur, we still know so little. There are no stelae, those upright stone monuments covered in glyphs that mark kings or battles. No detailed records. The writing system that the later Maya became famous for, it was only just emerging during El Mirador's peak. So we're left with architecture, artifacts, layouts, and questions. Like the triadic pyramid structure, a central temple flanked by two smaller ones, arranged like a cosmic triad. El Mirador has many of these. They're found throughout the Maya world, but their symbolic meaning is still debated. Some say it reflects the Maya creation myth, the resurrection of the maize god from the underworld. Others think it represents the three hearthstones of the universe used in Maya mythology to symbolize the birth of time. Still, others believe it encodes planetary alignments we haven't yet deciphered, but whatever the meaning, the effect is the same. You stand in front of one of these triads, jungle birds, screeching vines, rustling humidity wrapping around your lungs, and you feel it. This wasn't just a city. It was a story. One told in stone. One we're still trying to read. And then there's the human side. Inside the ruins, archaeologists have found evidence of elite residences, ball courts, market areas, and even bloodletting altars. The Maya weren't just farmers and builders. They were astronomers, politicians, artists, and mystics. They believed blood carried life force, chulel, and that offering it was a way to connect with the gods. Elite rulers would pierce tongues, ears, or other sensitive places in ceremonies meant to nourish the cosmos. Pain for them was part of creation. Today, most of El Mirador remains inaccessible. Getting there requires a multi-day trek through remote rainforest. There are no roads, no crowds, no selfie sticks, just mud mosquitoes and the towering silence of lost civilization. But maybe that's fitting, because El Mirador wasn't built to be flashy. It wasn't carved to impress tourists. It was carved to last, to speak across millennia. And now that we've found it, the message is clear. We were here. We were wise. And we were watching the stars. So now, as you lie in bed and the room darkens around you, picture the La Danta Pyramid glowing in torchlight. Picture priests in jaguar skins chanting as Venus rises. Picture the jungle quieting, not out of absence, but out of awe. The city may be gone, but the vision still standing. The wind cuts across the Scottish Highlands, sharp and damp, brushing your face with the kind of cold that carries memory. You're surrounded by rolling green hills, patches of heather, and the distant cry of a lone bird. But up ahead, rising out of the landscape, like a question mark, is a structure so strange it seems out of place even in this land of myth and mist. You're looking at a broch, a circular stone tower, built by ancient hands, found only in Scotland, and whose purpose remains a mystery. The brochs are scattered across the northern and western parts of Scotland, especially in the Orkney and Shetland Islands. Over 500 of them have been identified, though many are reduced to mossy ruins. Others still rise nearly 40 feet tall, their thick stone walls curved inward like an ancient spiral seashell. The most famous example, Mousa Broch, on a lonely stretch of Shetland coast. It's the best preserved prehistoric structure in all of Northern Europe, completely dry stone, no mortar, yet still standing after 2,000 years of Atlantic storms. So what were they? Fortresses, watchtowers, homes for nobles, granaries, alien landing beacons? Okay, probably not. The truth is, no one really knows. And that's part of the intrigue. Let's start with the basics. Brochs date from around 400 BCE to 100 CE during the Iron Age. That means they were built by a society that had no writing system, no records, no journals, no blueprints, just stone. And intention. The towers are circular with massive double walls, sometimes over 15 feet thick, containing staircases, passageways, and small rooms between them. The interior courtyard is usually open to the sky, though in their heyday, many likely had timber roofs or upper floors. They were engineering marvels. The dry stone technique used in Brock's stone upon stone without mortar requires immense precision. The weight of the stones and their interlocking shapes hold the entire structure together. It's not just a pile of rocks. It's a structural equation written in geology. And despite their solid look, Brocks were never meant to be castles. Most had only one entrance, often with guard chambers on either side. A good defense, yes, but also a strong clue that they were meant to control access. But to what? Some scholars argue that Brocks were elite residences, homes for clan leaders surrounded by smaller huts. That would explain their height and prominence. From the top of a Brock, you could see for miles, and perhaps more importantly, be seen. Others believe they were status symbols, not built for practical defense, but as monuments of power. Think of them like prehistoric skyscrapers. Look at me, they say. I can command people and stone. But then there's the fortress theory. The thick walls, narrow entrances, and elevated staircases suggest these towers could have been defensive strongholds during times of conflict. Some show evidence of rebuilding after fire, hinting at battles or raids. Still, many Brocks are built in isolated areas, hardly the kind of place where you'd expect high traffic or frequent attacks. Which raises another possibility: ritual use. Could these have been ceremonial centers, places where clans gathered to honor ancestors, mark solstices, or conduct tribal councils? We don't know. But it's worth noting that some Brocks are aligned to astronomical events, particularly the solstices, just like Newgrange, Stonehenge, and other sacred sites. Other historians still debate whether Brocks were primarily domestic, military, spiritual, or all three at once. And the mystery deepens with the lack of consistency. Some Brocks are tall and intact. Others are squat and collapsed. Some have complex outbuildings, walls, ditches, storage pits. Others stand alone. It's as if each Brock was shaped not by a single blueprint, but by local needs, legends, and perhaps even family traditions. Imagine that each Brock a signature, a fingerprint in stone. Excavations have revealed everyday items: spindle whorls, quern, stones, bone tools, and iron blades. And some archaeologists found animal bones, fish hooks, even gaming pieces. Life happened here. Meals were cooked. Children laughed. Arguments echoed off stone, but no writing, no inscriptions. Just fragments of human activity scattered like breadcrumbs across centuries. And then they stopped. By the 2nd century, CE Brocks were no longer being built. The Roman presence in southern Britain may have altered power dynamics. Trade shifted. Cultures evolved. The towering Brocks, once proud symbols of ingenuity, fell silent. Some were repurposed. Others were scavenged for stone. And then the moss crept in. Even today, visiting a Brock feels like stepping into someone else's memory. The wind whistles through empty corridors. Shadows shift along the spiral stairs. You feel both invited and watched. And here's something strange. Some Brocks contain hidden chambers, small, dark spaces with no obvious function. Were they storage cells? Meditation rooms? Nobody knows. But they add to the eerie feeling that these places weren't just about shelter. They were about mystery. In recent years, renewed interest in Brocks has sparked debates among archaeologists. Some propose they were part of a broader cultural pattern linking Iron Age Britain to Northern Europe. Others suggest the Brock phenomenon was uniquely Scottish, a local expression of identity and adaptation. And every so often, a new Brock is found beneath a farm buried in peat, or half swallowed by a coastal cliff. With each discovery, the mystery grows. The puzzle doesn't shrink, it expands. So now, as you lie in stillness, the sound of wind, perhaps brushing against your window, or the soft hum of your own breath filling your ears, imagine a brach at night. The stars spin slowly above. A fire burns in the center courtyard. A figure climbs the narrow stone stair, watching for signals on the next hill. A child sleeps by the hearth. A secret is kept in a room without a name, because some architecture doesn't need explanations. It needs silence, respect, and wonder. And that's what Brock's offer: a quiet defiance of time, a mystery held in stone, still watching, still standing. You're walking across the high desert of northern New Mexico. The landscape stretches out in shades of rust and ochre carved by wind and time. Jagged mesas rise in the distance, and the sky feels wider here, so wide, in fact, it seems to press down on the earth with a quiet kind of awe. Then almost suddenly it appears. Not a building, not a ruin, a geometry. Welcome to Chaco Canyon, one of the most enigmatic and astonishing achievements of prehistoric North America. It doesn't look like much at first. Low stone walls half swallowed by dust, a few standing doorways, some broken pottery. But the deeper you step into the canyon, the clearer it becomes. This wasn't a village. This wasn't just another settlement. This was a center of power, time, and ceremony, and no one really knows how it came to be. Chaco Canyon was the heart of the ancestral Puebloan world between about 850 and 1250 CE. It was a place of architecture, astronomy, pilgrimage, and politics, all wrapped in a silence that still hums today. Let's start with the buildings. The most famous of these is Pueblo Bonito, a D-shaped complex that once rose 4 stories high and contained more than 600 rooms and over 40 kivas, or ceremonial chambers. From the air, its outline looks like a symbol, intentional, balanced, oddly modern. And here's what makes it more remarkable. The walls are made of finely shaped sandstone bricks, held together by a clay mortar, and faced with delicate patterns of stone veneer. The craftsmanship is stunning, consistent, and clearly planned. Not haphazard, not experimental. Architectural intelligence at work. But Pueblo Bonito is just one of over a dozen great houses in the canyon, each carefully aligned with celestial events, each connected by a vast network of roads, some as wide as modern highways, carved straight through cliffs, mesas, and badlands. Straight, not winding, not adapted to terrain, just straight, like someone drew a line across the earth and told the world to obey it. Historians still debate the full purpose of these roads. Were they for trade pilgrimage processions? All we know is that they stretched for hundreds of miles, linking Chaco to distant regions, other Puebloan settlements, sacred mountains, and maybe places we've yet to discover. And it's not just the roads that are aligned. The buildings, too, are astronomically precise. Take the Sun Dagger site atop nearby Fajada Butte. On the summer solstice, a shaft of sunlight slices through a spiral carving, marking the longest day of the year. On the winter solstice, another dagger pierces the opposite side. Lunar alignments are encoded as well, meaning the people of Chaco tracked the 18.6-year lunar cycle, just like the builders of the Serpent Mound in Archaeological. No writing system, no telescopes, just stone, shadow, and sky. Some scholars believe the entire canyon functioned as a cosmological map, a landscape encoded with celestial time. Others see it as a ritual theater where people came to experience the dance of light and shadow, the turning of the year, and the power of the gods. But here's the twist: very few people actually lived there. Despite its grandeur, Chaco wasn't a bustling metropolis. Recent estimates suggest a year-round population of only a few hundred. Most of the rooms had no hearths, no signs of daily domestic life. The people came here seasonally, possibly during solstices or major ceremonies. It wasn't a city, it was a destination. Like Mecca, like Delphi, like Stonehenge, a place built not for living, but for remembering, for aligning, for making sure that the human rhythm matched the cosmic one. And then the rhythm broke. By the mid-1200s, Chaco was abandoned. Its great houses emptied. Its roads fell into silence. What caused the collapse? Historians still debate. Drought is a likely suspect. Tree ring data shows a period of prolonged aridity in the 12th century. With no major rivers nearby, Chaco depended on fragile rain-fed agriculture. If the rain stopped, so did the food. Others point to political instability. Chaco may have been ruled by elite priest kings, with power centralized in the canyon and enforced through ceremony and trade. As outlying communities grew stronger or more independent, the canyon's authority may have declined. And then there's climate and culture, a combination that has unraveled many civilizations. When the world changes faster than the rituals can adapt, even sacred centers begin to crack. But the people didn't vanish. They moved. South, east, west. They became the ancestors of the Hopi Zuni Acoma Laguna and other modern Pueblo peoples. Their stories remember Chaco. They speak of the canyon as a place of origin, a place of power, a place you approach with reverence. And here's what makes Chaco Canyon different from so many lost cities: it wasn't hidden. It was always here. The Spanish saw it. American settlers camped near it. But for centuries, few understood what it really was. Only in the 20th century did archaeologists begin to unravel the scope of its architecture and the reach of its roads. And even now, with satellites and LiDAR, we're only beginning to glimpse how big, how intentional it all really was. And here's something even stranger. We still don't know how they moved the timber. Chaco's ceilings were built with massive pine beams, some weighing hundreds of pounds, transported from forests over 60 miles away. No wheels, no pack animals, just human effort. Why go to such trouble? Why drag a tree across the desert? Because Chaco wasn't about convenience, it was about meaning. Every stone, every road, every carved spiral whispered that message: we are part of something bigger. We are watching the sky, and the sky is watching us back. So now, as the light fades and your own breath slows, imagine standing in the center of Pueblo Bonito. The canyon walls glow with the last orange light of dusk. Somewhere behind you, a conch shell echoes off stone. Above you, stars are beginning to flicker into being. You're not alone. You've never been alone. The ancestors are watching, and Chaco is still listening. You blink against the sun, the heat rising in shimmering waves off the golden sand. All around you are dunes, cliffs, and a silence so complete it presses against your ears like water. But then out of nowhere, they rise. Stone figures taller than houses, their faces calm, unreadable, gazing eternally toward the horizon. You've reached the Valley of the Statues, but this isn't Easter Island. This is San Agustin, Colombia, home to one of the greatest unexplained archaeological sites in the Americas and one of its least understood, nestled high in the Andes, where dense jungle meets mountain ridges. The San Agustin Archaeological Park stretches across more than 200 square miles of sacred land. For centuries, this area has been home to thousands of carved stone monuments, tombs, ceremonial mounds, and megalithic sculptures, many of them massive, many of them completely unique. And here's the twist: we have no idea who made them. The culture responsible for these statues thrived between 1000 BCE and 900 CE, a span of nearly 2 millennia. But they left no written records, no surviving language, and only the faintest echoes of their beliefs in the sculptures they carved. Even their name, San Agustin culture, is a modern label, not one they would have known themselves. And yet, they left behind art so precise, so stylized, and so charged with meaning, it continues to baffle researchers to this day. Let's talk about the statues. Some stand just a few feet high. Others tower at over 20 feet, carved from volcanic rock and weighing tons. They often depict human figures, sometimes warriors, sometimes priests, sometimes skeletal beings with animal traits. Others are pure animal jaguars, eagles, serpents, crocodiles, many with exaggerated fangs, bulging eyes, or winged bodies. And some figures, they're combinations, humanoid jaguar things, or bird-headed people grasping staffs, or gods with twisted grimaces and open mouths. These weren't just decorative. They were symbols, likely spiritual entities representing the balance between life and death, earth and sky, human and divine. Many statues guard burial sites placed deliberately around tombs, standing watch like stone sentinels. Some are arranged in triads, others in elaborate ceremonial corridors, as if directing a soul's journey into the next world. But what did these beings represent? Historians still debate the symbolism. Some believe the statues depict shamans in transformation, humans shifting into animal forms during spiritual rituals. Others think they represent gods, or ancestral spirits, or perhaps mythical guardians of the dead. The common theme: duality, light and dark, creation and destruction, life and afterlife, and that theme carries over to the tombs themselves. Burials here were elaborate sometimes, with multiple chambers, stone sarcophagi, and offerings of pottery gold and obsidian blades. Some graves appear to have been re-entered and reused, perhaps for successive generations. In one especially striking example, a burial site was aligned so that sunlight entered the chamber only on equinox mornings, illuminating the statue within. Sound familiar? It should. That's astronomical architecture. That's intention. And yet, we still don't know how they made them. The stone for the largest statues had to be quarried from miles away, then transported across steep forested terrain, likely without the wheel. And these weren't rough carvings. They show symmetry, polish, and precision, all without metal tools. Just stone hammers, chisels, and endless time. But there's a deeper mystery. San Agustin isn't just one site, it's a network. In addition to the main ceremonial centers like Alto de los Ídolos and Alto de las Piedras, there are hundreds of scattered sites in the surrounding hills. Many contain similar statues, tombs, and mounds. This wasn't an isolated village. It was a civilization, one with shared symbols, trade routes, and ritual centers. And then, as with so many ancient cultures, it all faded. By around 900 CE, the San Agustin culture disappeared. Not with war, not with fire, just silence. The jungle returned. The stones stood waiting. and for centuries, no one knew they were there. Even the Spanish conquistadors didn't bother with the region, too mountainous, too remote. It wasn't until the 18th century that European explorers began documenting the statues, and not until the 20th century that serious archaeological work began. But even now, most of San Agustin remains unexcavated. Trees grow through temples. Roots split open tombs. Many statues still lie, half-buried their faces, peeking from the moss as if waiting to be remembered. And what little we do know, it's incomplete. DNA tests of burial remains show that the people here had connections to both Amazonian and Andean populations, suggesting a cultural bridge between vastly different ecosystems. Some believe San Agustin was a pilgrimage site, a place where disparate tribes came to bury their dead, honor their gods, and share sacred knowledge. Others think it was a training ground for priests and astronomers, a highland university of sorts, where cosmic cycles were studied and funerary rites perfected. But here's where it gets eerie. Some of the statues, especially those guarding tombs, appear to have deliberately grotesque features, missing eyes, wide, snarling mouths, or twisted limbs. Were these meant to frighten, to warn? Or were they guides, beings that could traverse both life and death? Historians still debate. And the statues, of course, say nothing. They just stare. So now, as your breath slows and the rhythm of the night settles around you, imagine walking among these silent watchers. The jungle hums softly. The moon hangs above, caught in the curve of a serpent's mouth. A narrow path leads between two massive stone guardians, each holding a blade in one hand and a spiral in the other. You step forward, and you're not afraid, because something here remembers you, even if you've forgotten it. The San Agustin culture may have vanished, but the stone still speaks. You just have to be quiet long enough to listen. The sea breeze tastes like salt and old stories. Waves lap gently at the shore, whispering secrets to anyone willing to stop and listen. You're not in the jungle or high in the mountains now. You're standing on the soft earth of a remote Scottish island, looking out at the gray-blue Atlantic. And just behind you, tucked into the green folds of the Orkney landscape, is something quietly astonishing. It's not a castle. It's not a fortress. It's a village. Welcome to Skara Brae, Europe's best-preserved Neolithic settlement, and a place that defies time with a kind of stubborn gentleness. This little cluster of homes was built more than 5,000 years ago, around 3100 BCE, which makes it older than the Great Pyramid of Giza, older than Stonehenge, and yet strangely modern in its feel. Skara Brae was uncovered by a violent storm in 1850, when wind and rain tore away layers of grass and sand to reveal the outlines of stone walls buried beneath. What emerged looked less like ruins and more like a neighborhood. 8 stone houses linked by narrow covered passageways. Homes with central hearths, stone bed frames, cupboard shelves, even carved niches for personal items. Each house is nearly identical, suggesting a society built on egalitarian principles. No palace, no temple, no throne room. Just people, together. And it's all still there, unbelievably intact. You can walk through the ancient doorways. You can stand beside stone furniture that was already old when the pyramids were just an idea. And you start to wonder, who lived here? What did they believe? And why did they leave? Let's rewind. The people of Skara Brae were Neolithic farmers, part of a broader culture that spanned the British Isles and beyond. They raised cattle and sheep. They grew barley and collected shellfish. They built their homes from the stone they had with roofs, likely made of turf or whalebone and seaweed. They carved tools from bone, antler, and flint. And they didn't just survive here, they thrived. But Skara Brae isn't just about domestic life. It's about continuity, a glimpse into a time before writing, before empire, when humans still lived close to the cycles of the earth and sky. The houses are arranged in a kind of spiral, with the largest in the center. Each home features the same layout: a central hearth, 2 stone beds on either side, and a rectangular dresser or shelf against the back wall. Perhaps a place of honor where sacred objects or symbols were displayed. It's almost eerie how familiar it feels. There's no grand monument here, no towering statue or elaborate temple, just the everyday sacredness of ordinary life. But even here, the mysteries linger. One of the biggest questions is why Skara Brae was abandoned. For hundreds of years, the village was occupied and cared for. Then around 2500 BCE, it was suddenly deserted. Historians still debate the cause. Was it climate? Some evidence points to a cooling period with worsening storms and rising tides. The settlement sits close to the coast, closer now than it did then, and it's possible that encroaching seas and environmental pressure forced the people to move inland. Was it cultural? Around this time, major changes were sweeping across Neolithic Britain. Stone circles were being erected. New burial practices were emerging. Perhaps Skara Brae's way of life no longer fit the evolving spiritual and social norms. Or was it something else? One theory suggests that the people of Skara Brae didn't collapse in the traditional sense. They simply changed, moved, merged with other groups. The homes were left behind not in panic, but with intention. But whatever the reason, they didn't leave in haste. The homes weren't ransacked or burned. Tools were left in drawers. Hearths were cleaned. Some dwellings appear to have been ritually sealed, suggesting the village wasn't just abandoned, it was put to rest. And here's where it gets more mysterious. Just a few miles away, you'll find the Ring of Brodgar, a massive stone circle built around the same time. Further still is the Standing Stones of Stennis, and then the Maeshowe Tomb, a chambered cairn aligned perfectly to the winter solstice, much like Newgrange in Ireland. In fact, the Orkney Islands contain more Neolithic monuments per square mile than anywhere else in Europe. This wasn't just a farming community. It was a spiritual hub, a sacred landscape, a place where the cycles of life and death, light and shadow, were carved into the earth itself. Historians still debate whether Skara Brae was connected to these ritual sites in a seasonal pilgrimage route, or whether it housed the people who built them. Either way, the implication is clear. This was not an isolated village. It was part of something bigger, and yet, no written records, no names, no myths, just stone and silence. But maybe not complete silence, because archaeologists have found decorated objects at Skara Brae, stone balls carved with intricate patterns, pieces of jewelry, and a handful of mysterious figurines. Were they toys, talismans, representations of gods? One figure, known as the Skara Brae Buddha, is a squat, stylized humanoid carved from whalebone. It has no mouth. Its arms are folded, and it was found buried beneath the floor of one of the homes, as if placed there for a reason, perhaps a household deity or an offering to the ancestors. We don't know, and maybe that's the point. Maybe Skara Brae wasn't meant to be a puzzle to solve. Maybe it was meant to be remembered. A reminder that long before kings and cathedrals, before alphabets and armies, humans lived in small communities with shared fire and shared purpose, watching the stars turn above them. And they built things to last. So now, as the quiet settles around you, imagine the village at dusk. Smoke rises from each hearth. Children chase shadows between homes. A mother smooths kelp across a roof. A grandfather carves spirals into a stone ball, smiling to himself. And across the sea, the moon rises, as it always has, over a world that was once smaller, but somehow more complete. Skara Brae may be ancient, but it doesn't feel gone. It feels paused, waiting, still warm from the fire. The heat hits you like a wave, even though it's only mid-morning. The desert here doesn't simmer, it blazes. But through the glare of sun and dust, something unnatural catches your eye. Not a ruin, not a monument, a pattern, enormous, precise, and visible only from the sky. You've arrived in southern Peru, standing near the edge of the Nazca Desert. And whether you're ready for it or not, you're now face to face with one of history's most bizarre and unresolved riddles, the Nazca lines. They aren't lines, really. They're geoglyphs, massive figures etched into the desert floor. And they weren't discovered by satellites or LiDAR. They were discovered by accident. From the ground, the lines are just shallow grooves cut a few inches into the dark, iron-rich topsoil, revealing the lighter-colored sand beneath. But from the air, they become vast, clear drawings. Some stretch hundreds of feet across. Birds, spiders, monkeys, a whale, a tree. A humanoid figure with wide eyes, arms raised, staring eternally at the horizon. There are over 800 straight lines, 300 geometric shapes, and more than 70 animal and plant figures scattered across the plain. They cover an area of nearly 200 square miles, and they were made by the Nazca culture, which flourished between 200 BCE and 600 CE. So how, and more importantly, why did they make them? Let's start with the how. The Nazca had no metal tools, no wheels, and no aerial capabilities. But they understood math and measurement. It's believed they used wooden stakes and ropes to mark out the straight lines and complex curves, scaling small drawings into large designs with surprisingly accurate proportions. And they had the perfect canvas. The desert surface here is stable, little wind, almost no rain. Once the top layer is removed, the contrast lasts for centuries. Some lines have remained clear for over 2,000 years, despite no protective covering. So yes, the technology was simple, but the execution remarkable. The lines are straight, perfectly so, some stretching over 9 miles without deviation. The spirals and curves of the animals are elegant, balanced, and sometimes dizzyingly complex. The monkey's tail is a geometric marvel. The hummingbird's wings extend with mathematical precision, but that's not the hard part. The hard part is figuring out why. Because the Nazca lines aren't random. They're intentional. And they can't be fully seen from the ground. That's what makes them so baffling. Who were they made for? Some researchers suggest the lines were ritual pathways, processional routes walked during ceremonies to honor water gods, fertility spirits, or celestial forces. This fits with what we know of Nazca religion. It was deeply tied to agriculture, rain, and seasonal cycles. Others believe the lines formed a kind of astronomical calendar marking solstices, equinoxes, and planetary alignments. The German mathematician Maria Reiche championed this view in the 20th century, spending decades mapping the figures and linking them to constellations. But her theory, while poetic, has been challenged. Many of the lines don't match the night sky, and the sheer number of lines crisscrossing overlapping suggests multiple purposes over centuries. Some may have been symbolic, some practical, some deeply spiritual. Still others argue that the lines are part of a vast hydrological map, a representation of underground aquifers, natural springs, or irrigation channels. Supporting this theory, many geoglyphs cluster near pukios, ancient spiral wells used to access subterranean water. From this perspective, the figures weren't meant for the sky at all. They were earthbound prayers for life-giving water. And then there's the shamanic hypothesis. The Nazca were known for their hallucinogenic rituals, using plants like San Pedro cactus, which induces intense visions. Some anthropologists suggest the figures represent images seen during trance states, and that the lines were ceremonial spaces where these visions were enacted, perhaps even danced or walked out under the desert sun. The spider, the monkey, the bird, these weren't decorations. They were guides, totemic spirits carved into the land. Historians still debate which explanation is correct. Most agree it was likely a combination of ritual art, astronomy, and resource management. What's certain is that the lines weren't just drawings. They were expressions of a worldview, a way of placing human life in dialogue with the landscape and the cosmos. And here's something eerie. The Nazca didn't just create the lines. They also left behind mummified bodies, some with elongated skulls, some covered in tattoos, some buried with colorful textiles and ceremonial masks. Many were buried in sitting positions, wrapped tightly in cloth, placed in group tombs. Some even show signs of trepanation holes drilled into the skull, possibly as a medical procedure or a ritual one. One of the most disturbing finds, decapitated heads, sometimes found buried far from their bodies, with cords threaded through the skulls. These were likely trophy heads used in spiritual rituals, not trophies of war, but sacred objects. To the Nazca, death wasn't an end, it was a doorway, and the desert was the threshold. And yet, for all their mastery, the Nazca culture eventually declined. Around 600 CE, the climate began to shift. Evidence shows massive flooding, likely caused by El Niño events, destroyed the fragile irrigation systems and eroded the fertile soil. Without water, the Nazca couldn't survive. And their lines, so focused on honoring and asking for rain, remained behind. A final plea, etched permanently into the earth. Today, the Nazca lines are protected, monitored by satellite, and studied by archaeologists from around the world. But many of the figures remain unexplored. New ones are still being discovered, hidden beneath centuries of dust. In 2019, researchers using drones found over 140 previously unknown geoglyphs, including humanoid figures and strange abstract shapes never seen before. The mystery grows, and the desert keeps its secrets. So now, as the night closes around you, picture a wide, flat plain beneath a star-pierced sky. No lights, no noise, just wind sand and lines immense and ancient, glowing faintly in the moonlight. You're walking across the wing of a hummingbird. You follow a spiral into the belly of a monkey. You step between the arms of a giant whose eyes have seen millennia. And somewhere, under the earth, the aquifers flow. And above the stars, keep spinning. Because the Nazca knew something we're still trying to understand. That sometimes, the best way to speak to the gods is to draw, not upward, but outward. So wide, they have no choice but to listen. The sun creeps low over the horizon as you make your way across the edge of the Kalahari Desert. The air is dry, shimmering with heat, but the land beneath your feet doesn't feel empty. It feels watched. The stillness isn't silence, it's memory. Ancient, stubborn, and carved in stone. You've reached Tsodilo Hills, a lonely outcrop in northwestern Botswana, often called the Louvre of the desert. That's no exaggeration. Scattered across these granite ridges are over 4,500 rock paintings etched into the cliffs and boulders by hands long gone. And behind those hands, a mystery that still hasn't been solved. This isn't just an art gallery. This is one of the oldest sacred sites in the world, and no one really knows who started it. Let's get our bearings. Tsodilo is made up of 4 main hills, rising abruptly from the flat desert, like islands in a sea of sand. To the local sand people, these hills are sacred. They call the tallest male hill the next female, and the smaller ones child and grandchild. According to legend, this is the place where creation began the first land to rise from the water at the dawn of time. It's also a place where humans have lived and painted for tens of thousands of years. The rock art here spans multiple time periods, some of it dating back more than 20,000 years. The paintings include animals, human figures, geometric symbols, handprints, and even mysterious shapes that seem to defy classification. But what makes Tsodilo unique isn't just the age of the art. It's the location, the themes, and the persistence of the place. These hills aren't close to major rivers. They're not part of any known trade route. And yet people kept coming back generation after generation, culture after culture, to leave their marks. Why? Some archaeologists believe Tsodilo was a pilgrimage site where ancient communities came to perform rites of passage healing ceremonies or astronomical rituals. Others suggest it was a shamanic portal where spiritual leaders entered trance states and spoke to the ancestors or even to the sky itself. And there's some evidence to support that. In one of the rock shelters, called the Rhino Cave, a row of white quartz stones was found deliberately arranged at the base of the wall. Behind them, a painted rhinoceros stands its horn and body clearly outlined its form, watching over the cave like a guardian. Some researchers believe this site was used for ritual offerings, perhaps in connection with rainmaking or fertility rites. But even more startling is what was found beneath the paintings. Archaeological digs at Tsodilo have unearthed Middle Stone Age artifacts, some more than 100,000 years old. That's not a typo. That's before Homo sapiens even left Africa. The tools include stone scrapers, points, and grinding stones, along with traces of ochre, the same pigment used in the paintings. Historians still debate whether these early occupants made the paintings themselves or simply laid the groundwork for later symbolic cultures. But the implication is clear. This place has been important for an unimaginably long time, and no one knows exactly why. The Sand People descendants of some of Africa's oldest hunter-gatherer cultures still consider Tsodilo sacred. In their oral traditions, the hills are alive. Spirits dwell there. Ancestors walk unseen. And anyone who enters the area must do so with respect. There are rules. You don't hunt near the hills. You don't speak too loudly. You don't take without asking. To them, the hills aren't ruins. They're living relatives, and they're full of puzzles. Some of the paintings are straightforward giraffes, elephants, cattlefish. Others are deeply symbolic. One recurring shape resembles a ladder or a pathway leading vertically up the rock. Could it be a spiritual staircase? A representation of the world axis? Historians still aren't sure. Even more enigmatic are the phantom animals. Creatures with human features, creatures with multiple heads, creatures that don't seem to exist in the real world at all. Were these hallucinations? Mythic beings? Masks worn in rituals? Or perhaps something stranger, records of visions, like mental photographs of journeys into altered states? The shamanic theory holds that many paintings were created after trance dances in which the practitioner would enter an ecstatic state and travel through the spirit world. The animals, the symbols, the strange beings, they weren't drawings from life. They were maps of experiences beyond life. And if that's true, Tsodilo isn't just a gallery. It's a sacred library, a record of thousands of spiritual journeys across tens of thousands of years. But what makes it more confusing is that some of the paintings are overpainted. That means newer artists came back centuries later and painted over the older figures, sometimes layering multiple images into one chaotic palimpsest. Was this an act of reverence, a continuation of tradition, or a symbolic gesture claiming the power of the past while rewriting it for the present? We may never know. Even today, Tsodilo feels haunted, not in a sinister way, but in a deep-time way. You stand before a wall of faded red shapes and realize you're staring at thoughts from 10,000 years ago. Someone stood exactly where you're standing now, holding a brush made from reed or bone, dipping it into ochre and trying to say something, not with words, with image, with intention. And across millennia, the message is still here. The echoes of firelight on rock, the smell of pigment in the air, the rhythm of breathing in a dark cave. It's all still there beneath the sun, behind the silence. So as you fall deeper into your own stillness, imagine climbing one of those hills. The desert stretches in every direction. The sky feels close, and carved into the rock beside you is a figure, a human maybe, or something more. Arms outstretched, body vibrating with meaning. You don't know what it means, but you know it matters. And maybe that's enough, because Tsodilo isn't asking you to understand. It's asking you to listen and to remember that some messages aren't meant to be solved. They're meant to be carried. The river runs wide and slow, here dark as ink and just as quiet. On either side, thick forest leans toward the water, as if listening. You're far from any city now, deep in the Brazilian Amazon, where maps turn vague and names slip away. But ahead of you, barely visible from the ground and only recently detected from the sky, is one of the strangest and most controversial discoveries of the past century, the Amazon geoglyphs. You probably weren't expecting this. The Amazon, after all, has long been seen as wild, untamed, a place of tribes and trees, not cities, not monuments, and certainly not geometry. But as deforestation and satellite imaging expanded in the early 2000s, something unexpected began to emerge from the cleared land's perfect shapes. Circles, squares, hexagons, massive geometric earthworks, some over 1,000 feet across, carved into the ground like a forgotten code. To date, more than 450 geoglyphs have been discovered across the Acre State in western Brazil, and researchers believe thousands more may still lie hidden beneath the canopy. So, who made them, and what were they for? Let's start with what we know. Radiocarbon dating of organic material from these sites suggests they were built between $1,000 BCE and $1,000 CE, spanning nearly 2,000 years of use. The earthworks are made of ditches up to 12 feet deep, often surrounded by raised embankments, And in some cases, wooden palisades. Some are solitary. Others are part of interconnected networks, forming entire ceremonial landscapes. They weren't just decorative. They were engineered. But by whom? There's no single answer. The geoglyphs likely come from multiple cultures, including ancestors of modern Amazonian tribes. But the sheer scale of these constructions, combined with the lack of written records or monumental stonework, makes it difficult to pin them to a single identity. What's clear is that the old narrative that the Amazon was a pristine wilderness untouched by complex civilization is wrong. The people who lived here were not scattered bands of foragers. They were organized, innovative, and deeply engaged with their environment. They didn't fight the jungle. They partnered with it. Recent soil studies show that many of these geoglyphs were built on areas of terra preta, or dark earth. This rich man-made soil was created by combining charcoal animal bones, compost, and ash, turning otherwise infertile ground into highly productive farmland. Think about that. The Amazon's most fertile soil is engineered. These people didn't just build shapes, they shaped the ecosystem itself. And yet, the geoglyphs leave us puzzled. Many have no evidence of permanent settlement. No homes, no kitchens, just geometry, open spaces, and silence. This has led researchers to conclude that these were likely ceremonial centers, places of gathering ritual, perhaps even pilgrimage. Some geoglyphs are aligned with solar events, suggesting astronomical knowledge. Others form part of pathway networks where processions might have moved in and out of the forest like living constellations. It's architecture you walked through, not lived in. And while there are no towering pyramids or stone temples, the labor involved in shaping these ditches, often into perfect circles and squares across uneven terrain, required hundreds, if not thousands, of coordinated workers. That means leadership. That means planning. That means culture. And here's where things get controversial. These discoveries challenge a long-standing idea that the Amazon was simply too harsh to support large-scale civilization. But now, we know the region once held complex societies, possibly with populations numbering in the millions who altered their environment in sophisticated, sustainable ways. In other words, the jungle isn't untouched. It's overgrown memory. Even ancient chroniclers hinted at this. In the 1540s, Spanish explorer Francisco de Orellana traveled down the Amazon and described large towns bridges and massive fields. His accounts were dismissed for centuries as exaggeration. Now, they're looking more and more like understatements. And yet, despite the scale of the geoglyphs, we still don't fully understand their symbolism. Some resemble eyes serpents or celestial maps. Others remain stubbornly abstract circles, within squares, within octagons, labyrinth-like passages, whose meaning is lost to time. Historians still debate whether these were political symbols, religious emblems, or maps of cosmology. They may have represented territories, tribal affiliations, or the layout of the spiritual world, or all of the above. One theory holds that the geoglyphs were created during feasts, drawing in people from across the region to celebrate trade merry and reinforce social bonds. The digging itself may have been a form of ritual labor building, not just earthworks, but community. Another theory suggests that the shapes themselves were teaching tools, a kind of symbolic landscape used to pass on cosmology ethics or even mathematical knowledge. Walking through a circle or square might not have been random. It may have been an initiation, a story told in footsteps. And here's something even stranger. Some indigenous groups still tell stories about paths in the forest or spirits that live in the shapes. Though the geoglyphs had long been overgrown and forgotten, these oral traditions persisted. Hints passed from elder to child, from forest to memory. Could it be that the stories outlasted the builders? It wouldn't be the first time, but here's the most poetic part of all: the geoglyphs once hidden were revealed by destruction. As deforestation cleared huge swaths of rainforest, the bare ground gave up its secrets. Lines appeared, shapes emerged. The past quite literally rose from the soil. It's a bittersweet irony. We had to damage the forest to realize it had once been shaped with reverence. Now, researchers use drone surveys, remote sensing, and ground-penetrating radar to uncover more of these lost structures, many of which are now being preserved or reforested. But for every site we uncover, there are dozens, maybe hundreds, still waiting under the canopy. So, as you drift further into the quiet of sleep, picture yourself walking through a vast, sunlit clearing. The forest breathes all around, but underfoot, the shape of a perfect circle holds you. The echo of thousands of footsteps remains in the soil. Laughter, chants, drums, and the wind rustling through banana leaves above. A shape that was not meant to be seen from the sky, but to be felt from within, because the Amazon has always been more than forest. It's been a garden, a temple, a mirror. And now, slowly, we're remembering. The cold bites at your cheeks as you shuffle forward. Snow crunches beneath your boots, and in every direction is a stark, silent whiteness. You're on a remote ridge in Yakutia, deep in Siberia, where winters last most of the year, and the sun seems to hover at the horizon like it's afraid to rise. This is one of the harshest inhabited places on Earth. And yet buried beneath the permafrost here lies something old, strange, and almost no one talks about it. They call it the Valley of Death. And even if you've never heard of it, the legends stretch back generations. This region, near the banks of the Vilyui River, is dotted with mysterious metal domes, partially buried in the frozen soil. According to 19th and early 20th century reports from locals, nomads, and early Russian explorers, these domes, called cauldrons or kotli in Russian, aren't ruins. They're structures, smooth metallic and humming faintly when touched. Some say they're warm to the touch, even in the dead of winter. Others report plants growing more rapidly around them, or strange illness befalling those who sleep nearby. But here's the kicker. No one knows who built them or why. Let's rewind a bit. Stories of the Valley of Death first gained attention in the late 1800s. Indigenous Evenki hunters told tales of metal houses buried in the earth. Explorers claimed to have found half-sunken domes 10 to 30 feet wide made of an unknown reddish alloy. The entrances were too small for horses, but people could crawl inside. Some reported smooth walls, strange symbols, and an interior that seemed not quite right. Tilted, twisting. Then the domes would vanish, or sink deeper, or shift locations. Sound unbelievable, most historians agree. But the accounts are consistent, spanning different decades, different languages, even different purposes. Hunters came looking for shelter. Soldiers came chasing rumors. Scientists came seeking anomalies in the magnetosphere, and all of them left confused, or sick, or empty-handed. So what are these cauldrons? Some believe they're natural formations, lava domes, gas vents, or permafrost bulges mistaken for artificial structures. Others argue they're remnants of a lost Siberian civilization, one that predated recorded history and built using techniques we've forgotten. A few even suggest they're ancient alien technology, part of a defense system, or observational network hidden in Earth's farthest corners. And here's where it gets even weirder. Local legend tells of a sky god who once battled a monstrous fire-breathing serpent in the heavens. The serpent's pieces fell to Earth, buried deep beneath the Siberian soil. Some say the metal cauldrons are weapons left behind to ensure the creature never rises again. Folk tales, sure, but they're folk tales tied to real physical anomalies. The Valley of Death region has been the epicenter of strange phenomena. Reports of meteor-like explosions like the Tunguska event of 1908 have led some to speculate that these metal structures may be connected. Protective devices, leftover energy weapons. Far-fetched, yes. But the Tunguska explosion flattened over 800 square miles of forest, and no impact crater was ever found. Coincidence, maybe. Still, it's enough to keep the theories alive. Attempts to locate the cauldrons using modern satellite imaging and drones have proven difficult. The permafrost shifts. Rivers meander. Forests reclaim ground quickly in the brief summer. And many of the alleged locations are inaccessible for most of the year or deliberately avoided by locals. Some researchers equipped with GPS and metal detectors have gone in search of the sites. Some have found nothing. Others claim to have found subsurface anomalies, but excavation efforts often stall due to environmental conditions, equipment failure, or funding mysteriously drying up. A few expeditions ended with strange illnesses: vomiting, hair loss, fatigue. Is it radiation, toxic gas pockets, or something more exotic? Historians still debate whether the original reports were hoaxes, misidentifications, or deliberate disinformation. But the volume of accounts and their chilling consistency make them hard to dismiss entirely. And perhaps the strangest detail of all, no one has brought back a piece. No confirmed samples, no verified alloys, just stories and maps, and the lingering suggestion that something is still out there. And so the Valley of Death remains just that, a cold spot on the map, both literal and metaphorical. A place where folklore, geology, and maybe even something else blend into a strange, unblinking mystery. But let's step back for a moment. Why do we care? Because the story of the cauldrons, real or not, taps into something older than archaeology. It touches the part of us that remembers myths even when we don't remember where we heard them. The part that believes some places are meant to be quiet, and that not everything buried should be unearthed. Whether the cauldrons are ancient shelters, natural gas domes, alien relics, or the product of overactive imaginations, they represent one final truth: that every civilization learns eventually. The Earth keeps secrets. Sometimes it offers them up, willingly temples, under jungle canopies, pyramids beneath sand. Sometimes it hides them beneath ice and silence, and sometimes it doesn't want to give them up at all. So now, as your breathing slows and the night wraps around you like snow, imagine wandering into that frozen valley. The trees are still. The river is glass. And just beyond the frost-coated ridge, a curve of reddish metal breaks through the soil. You kneel, press your hand against it, and it's warm. And now, as the last echoes of these ancient stories fade into the quiet of your room, take one final breath with the past. You've journeyed across a planet that once thrummed with voices of builders, dreamers, stargazers, and stone carvers. From icy tombs in Siberia to the sun-baked lines of Peru. From whispering deserts to underwater pyramids. You've walked through forgotten doorways, followed invisible maps, and stood beneath the shadows of monuments that shouldn't exist but do. Each place we visited was more than just a ruin. It was a message, written in silence, carved in defiance of time. Some were ceremonial, others scientific. Many were both and something more. They were stories without endings, answers that only raise more questions. Some told us of the cosmos, others of death and rebirth. And some whispered things we still don't understand. We've seen tombs aligned to solstices, statues with jaguar faces and snake spines, villages older than language, and shapes in the forest that outlived the people who made them. But if there's one thread that ties all of it together, it's this: humans remember in stone. Long after paper burns, languages vanish, and empires fall, these carvings remain. They wait beneath vines and dunes and snowdrifts, not demanding to be found, but not hiding either. Just waiting. So as you drift toward dreams, now let the images blur. Let the ruins fade into fog. Let the faces of forgotten gods close their eyes again. You don't need to understand everything. You only need to wonder. Because wonder, that's what built all of this in the first place.